Alvin? Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the Council of Ministers, namely Prime Minister Luc Marcelina and Minister of Finance Marinka Gums, the support staffs, good afternoon and welcome back to the continuation of this Central Committee meeting, which started this morning as we began the handling of the draft budget 2025. Just briefly, it was explained in detail during the presentations by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance this morning, the reason why today we are in a Central Committee meeting discussing a draft budget 2025 for St. Martin. And following the presentation by the Minister of Finance, the opportunity is there for members of Parliament to now ask questions pertaining to the agenda point, which is Draft National Ordinance Budget St. Martin 2025. And with that, I look at the screen before me. I know that MP La Cruz has requested the floor, and thus I now give the first MP in this session of the Central Committee meeting the opportunity to address the topic at hand. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair, Lady Griffier, Minister of Finance, Minister of General Affairs, our Honorable Prime Minister, the support staff, those in the Tribune, my fellow colleagues, Member of Parliament, the staff in Parliament, all those watching on social media. Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to first start with a pause that was requested by MP Janssen Waver. So now we'll move on. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister of Finance and also to the Prime Minister, thank you for your presentation and your beautiful words concerning maturity from the side of Parliament when it relates to the way we handled the first budget. And I am somewhat ashamed that I didn't follow my mind and thought with the first budget when it came to the numbers. So I promise not to make that mistake again. Then I saw also the comment from the Madam Chair yourself concerning the idea of how to put an amendment together. So I'm also waiting to see that. Then, to the Minister of Finance. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I've been getting complaints concerning the tax office, okay? And I want to ask if the tax office also, like GB, got hacked, because it's impossible that after companies are closed, that years after, the tax office is still requesting documents that were already submitted and causes a lot of stress in the business world. They literally have to go and ask for new documents, and I think it's crazy. So if the Minister of Justice could look into what exactly is going on there, the Minister of Finance could look into what exactly is going on there, I would really, really appreciate that. Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you, is there any kind of regulation to how much a bank could request in bank fees? Because even looking at the Minister of Finance presentation, I think it was 2 or 3 million in bank fees. I think that's crazy. You know, so I don't know how that works, but is there a cap on that? Or are there any plans to establish a National Bank of St. Maarten, seeing that our banks are foreign? Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister of Finance, in the previous Budget 25 discussion, I asked for the court cases that were pending, those that were lost, and what it actually cost the country. I think I got one reply. I think it was from the Minister of Finance herself, and no other reply from none of the other ministers with pending cases, which then means to me either they are not aware, but either way, it is the Minister of Finance who pays. So if I don't get that from the other ministers, I'd like to have that from the Minister of Finance. Then, just so the public could understand, Madam Chair Lady, when a loan is requested for a specific project, right, do we look at how we're going to pay that loan back? Or do we leave it up to our kids to figure it out? So is a plan put together? Let's say, for example, we request from CAPEX 10 million to do project A. Is that project going to create revenues? Or do we have plans to cut costs to get that 10 million plus the interest back? How is that put together? I'm curious. Then, can the minister also show me, for example, how much have we saved in this year by not printing number plates? And what are these funds being used for? Since the term road tax is, I believe, not the right term to use. So I'd like to see that. Then I saw in the presentation also an increase in personnel van derde. Okay, could the Minister of Finance let me know exactly what projects have these funds been allocated for? Because if you've gone from 0 to 75,000, then that obviously means that you have a project in mind that is going to cost eventually the 75,000. What I want to know is, what is that project going to bring to the coffers of government? So let's not just take monies and give it away to our consulting friends, but let's find out exactly what and where these funds are going and what are the benefits to the country for these. Then, Madam Chair Lady, my last question to the Minister of Finance: are there any cost-cutting measures in place in your ministry? And did we implement any revenue-generating measures? And I'm not talking about since December or since February or January when we had a budget, but for the last year that pretty much everyone in government is there. Madam Chair Lady, then I move to the questions to the Prime Minister. And my first question is concerning the mold in the building. I sent last year two letters to the Prime Minister concerning the dire situation with mold in the government building. The first letter went to the Prime Minister on the 25th of September 2024. I received the reply on the 30th of October 2024 with an extended plan that was obviously, in my opinion, the way it came across, it was already in place with different inspections and testing, but I still got complaints. On the 3rd of April 2025, I sent another letter and received a reply on the 22nd of April that there's no problems with mold. Madam Chair Lady, I do not want to say again that I feel like I'm being lied to, but if there's no mold, why are ministries and departments moving out or working from home? Please. And I also requested for the reports on the various tests that should have been done between now and then. And I've not received that. So if the Prime Minister could also make those available to my person, I would really appreciate that. Then, Madam Chair Lady, just a side note with what just took place in Parlatino and the beautiful pictures that I took of Madam Chair Lady signing. I hope that that information is passed to the Prime Minister. And I did not receive any compensation for that, but that is beyond the point. The eradication of carbon dioxide and trying to move more in the direction of methane, which is LNG. Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you again to the Prime Minister, who's responsible for the renting of buildings? And if the Prime Minister could actually give a small elucidation on how it works. So a department requests that they need to move somewhere. Who does all the work? Who checks the contract? Who sends it out on bid? Who does that? I'd like the Prime Minister to give me an outline of that. And then also for the Prime Minister's ministry, which causing measures were held in the last year. You know, I want the government to look good. So tell the people how you save them money and tell them how you plan to make some more money. To the Minister of VRAMI, how many building permits are pending? And what is the cost in fees that government would have received if these were approved? If the Minister of VRAMI could also give us an idea how it works when our citizens are experiencing sewage water running in the streets and what they actually have to do. And these questions might seem random, but if someone calls you and says, my child is getting sick, having to smell septic water all day long, and government don't give me a pay my doctor bills, then yes, it becomes a problem of the country. To the Minister of VRAMI also, and I thought this very amusing because I saw a post and it made me go and look for actually what it was about, that there was a tender, or there's a tender from the NRPB for tires, the tires on the dump. And I found that strange because I know of a young man that owns a tire center in Sucker Garden that once came to me with a whole idea about what we could do with those tires, and I told him bring and propose that to government. I think he did, and he even ran on the list with with the SAM party. So I think it's strange now to see it being tendered out via NRPB. And why NRPB? Is this not a government issue? So maybe I could get some explanation on that. Then I'd like the Minister of Rami to actually let me know if he has sat down since in office with the St. Maarten Housing Foundation and run through their plans on getting our low-income homes in place. And I have specific questions, but I'll first like to know if he sat with them, what was his conclusion, were any requests made, and how he plans to move forward with that. Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the Minister of Justice. I asked this question in a previous budget debate, and I am hearing even more now when it comes to residency permits and how fast they're coming out of the department. I've gotten calls and messages from people that have been waiting now for over a year, some a year and a half, some even 2 years. So what is the plan? And the excuse of staff is no longer acceptable because we are busy with a budget, and I haven't seen any increase for immigration there, or maybe I missed it. Then, Madam Chair Lady, I also mentioned to the Minister of Justice when we're speaking about the safety in Phillipsburg, I told her that there was a project that was already paid for, and I asked who's responsible to make sure that projects are executed once they're paid by government. This project had to do with levers, Hefbomer, in Phillipsburg. I'd like to know if the minister looked into that, and where is it? Then, Madam Chair Lady, I have a couple questions concerning the crime fund. So allow me to break it in this way. Let's say a politician commits a crime with Rami, and he is convicted and has to pay back 10 million. These funds go to the crime fund. Who does the investigation is paid by government. If the politician stole, he stole from government. What can we do to be able to bring those funds to the coffers of government? Are there any legislations that need to be changed? What needs to happen? Because for nothing I could understand how government is robbed, government does the work to receive the funds, and the monies go somewhere else. But when a fine or court case is lost, then government has to pay it back, not the crime fund. So I went looking also on the articles of the crime fund. So Article 5.1, regulating the crime fund, states each year when submitting the budget, the minister submits a policy plan identifying the projects that are eligible for financing from the fund in the budget year. Has such a plan, a policy plan, been presented this year? And if it has, could we get a copy of that, please? Then, another question for the Minister of Justice, and I'm not sure if it solely falls under the Minister of Justice, but another example, I park my car in Phillipsburg and it's not properly parked. The car say, the police pass, they call the tow truck, the car is taken away. It's put off by the towing company. The car is not picked up. Or there's a stop on the road, the car has no insurance, tow truck is called, it's picked up, it's parked up. Okay? The tow company is now responsible that this car is not damaged, but the car is there for 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. No one picks up the car. Who's responsible for the cost by the tow company? Is there a plan from government on how long, is there a policy the car is allowed to stay there under their possession, and when will it be retrieved and put, for example, behind the government building, auctioned, and collect those fees and pay back the company? Because it's very much disturbing to hear that after you give me a job, that I am left with a bill. Not fair. So if the minister could elaborate a little on how that works, because this same company, I understood, was told that the location where they are, they no longer can use it, that there's a plan for that location. I'll also like if the minister could tell me which plan that is, if anything is in place to be built there. And if not, what is the plan when it comes to towing cars away next to the receivers, the old census office? That is for the Minister of Finance, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not too sure whose portfolio that falls on. And I said Minister of Finance because it's the police that actually called and asked for the car to be towed away. Then for the Minister of Education, and I don't want to say that I saw everything what actually took place, that it was going to happen, but I had a deep gut feeling. When I asked the minister, are all the MOUs with the universities in place? When I asked the minister, do you have any plans to expand those MOUs? And look what happened with Fort Lauderdale. What are the plans there? Where are we going? What are the plans with our kids? Because in the presentation from the Minister of Finance, I saw that literally for Rice Costa, for ECYS, it went down. So I'd like the minister to explain me what's the plan there. Because the idea would have been to get more universities involved with St. Maarten for our kids, and the only way you can do that is by either visiting them or inviting them here. I didn't see that. All I saw is a budget cut. Not what I expected. Then, to the Minister of ECYS, a letter, I sent out a letter last week concerning St. Martin's Day celebration. We complain that other countries celebrate their day bigger than us here on St. Maarten, and I think it's just poor planning from government side, because no one should be able to celebrate their day bigger than us here on St. Maarten. So what I've seen in Anguilla and what took place for Anguilla Day, MP Waver and myself were there. That suggestion from myself and my foundation went out already to the Minister of ECYS. I don't know if she received that letter as yet, but the idea would be to celebrate St. Maarten Day big, and celebrate it big from now until forever. For example, like what they did in Anguilla, a competition between districts and who decorates their district more patriotic. And there's prizes then for the community councils of those districts. So if the minister can see herself in that, then, and where the funds will come from. If not, let me know. because a budget amendment will come for that. Then to the Minister of VSA, I spent a couple days in the foster care program or conference with the Minister of Finance herself. She passed by, the Minister of VSA, and one of the biggest cries was the stipend that foster parents receive, which is 240 guilders. Now, we all know, any one of us who has kids, that that is impossible. And you do not want that people just take foster kids for the money, but at the same time, if it is a problem we're having, then it should be properly compensated. So from the Minister of VSA, I understood that he said that there's an idea. We still do have time. If no idea is presented on how and where we could increase that, then I think a budget amendment is also in place for that. Then I also sent a letter to the Minister of VSA concerning chronic diseases on St. Maarten, and specifically this one was about lupus, but it was more in general for him to understand that we do have a problem. The Minister of VSA has a good team. His Prime Minister is a doctor, a surgeon who has a lot of knowledge. So I would expect that that kind of information would be passed on. But for example, a disease that never cures, why does the patient have to go back every month to see a specialist to get the same medication? That costs money. That costs the country money. If it's chronic, it's chronic. Then to the Minister of VSA, also the same thing, cost-cutting measures and any revenue-generating measures that were implemented in the last year. Then to the Minister of TIAT, an update on how many licenses, and when I say licenses, I mean every license that is distributed by TIAT and the costs. So business directors, branch, partnership, vending licenses, operation licenses, license amendments, one-time license events, all public transportation licenses. I'd like a count of those, how many were given in this last year. Amendments, new ones, assistant drivers, car rentals, school bus drivers, all. Could I have those numbers? Gaming licenses, fishing and lobster licenses. The minister has a list of those. It's a 2-page license on the website, Department of Economic Licenses, so that could easily be printed out and added to the back of it and provide to, to Parliament. I'd like that. In our last budget debate, we spoke about the issues with the driving exams and all the ideas. Have any of those ideas been implemented, and what has been done since? Because the complaints keep coming. The complaints keep coming, and the population, the driving instructors are extremely frustrated. Then, Madam Chair Lady, through you, also to the Minister of TIAT, I heard about the nice plan to have a meeting for the Phillipsburg Master Plan. When I looked in the budget, I saw 50,000. So I'm curious to know how we are going to revitalize Phillipsburg with 50,000, or was the 50,000 just to put a plan together? That's a very expensive plan. Too much buildings are still broken down from hurricane, and obviously the owners of the buildings, they cannot afford to do something with it, but it is important that we as a tourist destination find a way to make that look pleasant, even if it's covering it up and drawing murals on those in front of those buildings, something needs to be done. Then, if the minister could give us a real update on the marketplace. And when I say real, it's because I had to laugh the other day when someone sent me a live by one of the faithful supporters of the marketplace and the minister complaining and cursing and going on, while sometime before blatantly sat down and lied and said that the previous government did not sit with them. So I'd like a real outline of how that works. Then any cost-cutting measures that the ministry has put in place in the last year, but also any revenue-generating measures. And then, Madam Chair Lady, the last one is the big elephant in the room, Soul Beach. Now, all who know me know that I don't go out. Not a party guy. But I went to every event, every night, every event. I went to the Soul Beach because I did not want to speak of what I heard or any camera tricks with pictures. Understand? I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to literally be there, experience it. So when I hear the story around it, I could say to myself the famous word, rubbish. So I'm going to go back. Since the Soul Beach will, in my opinion, continuously be a cover-up, I'm going to do it in this manner, and I'm going to go back. I want to add a couple questions to the Minister of Finance. And my question to the Minister of Finance is, could you please provide the room tax from 2023, 2024, and 2025 for February, March, April, and May? Because if we had an extra 5,000 people here, it should show in the room tax. Every month, while in TIAT, we received a report from the airport which stated exactly how many flights, how many passengers came in, where they came from, and that was something that we put in place while we were there so we could direct our marketing in one way or the other on where the monies are spent for marketing. So if the minister could also send us those reports from those same months, then I'll be able to see if the numbers make any sense. Then the minister also mentioned 4 specific resorts or hotels where all the Soul Beach people, all the 20,000 people stayed. Could we see the specific from those? Everybody saying, yo. Again, Madam Chair Lady, through you, I truly believe that any idea, any new idea deserves time to be properly executed. Anything that is haphazardly done only costs money. Walking around at the Soul Beach, there were many complaints from people there, people that I don't know, tourists, that I literally went to, said, hey, what did you think of it? What was your experience? And they compared it to Aruba, which, okay, Aruba has been established a lot longer than ours. What I think is important, Madam Chair Lady, is clarity, honesty, and a plan moving forward. So give me a plan on this is where we are today. If we're going to do this next year, these are the pitfalls. These are the things that we want to do better. These are the numbers we're expecting. This is the revenue that will be generated from it then. Not big old stories. And I will leave my questions till there for the ministers. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you very much, MP La Cruz, for your questions. As you see, I have allowed MP La Cruz to ask all of the questions to all of the ministers. I think like this, it will be a little more efficient in terms of the procedure, because you would recall that it was initially the intention that we would ask the ministers who are here, that would be then the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, and then come back, and then we would have to time you for every part of that you presented. So I appreciate how you have done that, and I let you do it because I thought that this would be a more not only efficient but effective way of dealing with all of the questions for all of the ministers. And I need to reiterate something that I mentioned to a member of parliament earlier. It is the idea that every minister answers his or her questions. So just to clarify that part there as we continue, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, Hilifir, Prime Minister, support staff, the Minister of Finance, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I will start my line of questioning with the Ministry of Finance. Through you to the Minister of Finance. Minister, now that the adjusted version is before us here in Parliament of Budget 2025, do you fully stand behind it? Can you give your word that a situation that transpired that led us to Budget 25 2.0 will not happen again? And I would like to know if proper due diligence is being executed this time around. Seeing that we are already halfway through the year, I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister can provide some kind of a surplus or deficit that is expected. Is it still in line with the initial projections? Because now I know we have actuals, at least for the first 5 months, that are definitive and can't change? Or should we expect, what should we expect more or less, and why? Through you, Madam Chair, can the Minister share some of the feedback received from the Council of Advice in the draft 2025 2.0 budget and the amendments? Were there any warnings, recommendations, or areas of concern that we should be mindful of? Next question, what is the Minister's view on cutting the salaries of ministers and members of Parliament? Is this something the Minister is, or the current government is actually exploring? And if so, what kind of realistic savings could this bring into the budget? Can the Minister provide an estimated impact of, let's say, for instance, 10%, 25%, or even I heard some coalition members mention even 50% on what this would mean for the budget? There has been recent coverage about the ministry's refusal to grant tax break to the market vendors. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, can the Minister explain where this came from and whether she is in favor of such relief? And more importantly, what, if any, is the ministry doing, if anything is the ministry doing, in order to assist those market vendors in this dreadful situation that they're experiencing, which in my opinion is self-created by the government, in particular the Ministry of TIAT, or the Minister of TIAT, by not continuing with plans that were set in stone prior to her taking office. Madam Chair, the Minister stated in the presentation that all 7 amendments were fully incorporated and that the delay revealed the need for better coordination. Can the Minister explain what new safeguards or conditions or coordination procedures are being considered to prevent this from being the situation again this time around? The presentation also mentions that SRB will assist in developing a clearer amendment handling process. I touched on this earlier. We'd like to know, can the Minister explain how that process will work and who will be involved? And when can we expect the first draft for said process in terms of the policy change? According to the slides, Madam Chair, 2025 Q1 actuals were compared to the budget, and the presentation concludes that the budget is still on track. Can the minister specify which areas underperform or overperform in Q1 and how that impacts the expectations moving forward? Given that the delays occurred between January and April, what impact did this have on the ministries being able to execute their programs? Was any funding stall? And is there any backlog now that needs to be caught up? Because I also read an article from the Minister of Economic Affairs and TIAT where she mentioned that a lot of projects are being stalled because of the non-ratification of the budget. I would like some clarity on that point and also feedback from each ministry through you, Madam Chair, as to their current challenges that they have with the non-ratification of the budget. On one of the slides, Madam Chair, also mentions Article 2, adjustments, and the total figure recalculations. Can the minister explain in layman's terms how the totals weren't being updated during the amendment and the incorporation process? What created the ripple effect? And has this ever happened during previous administrations? Through you, Madam Chair, regarding the multi-annual outlook that is included in the budget, what assumptions were used to forecast the 2026 and 2027 income? The reason I ask this, Madam Chair, is because right now, internationally, with tariffs and all the different things that are happening around the world, I would like to know how the current global and regional economic instability contributed to these projections, or are they just projections based on old numbers and not taking modern day current situations into account? Madam Chair, on the topic of Soul Beach, still to the Minister of Finance, by the way, what's the minister's view and position on the event and the related public funding? Does she agree with TIAT's claim that the festival generated $3 million in economic activity? Also, were there any returns directly to government coffers from that investment, or was the benefit limited to the private sector activity? Madam Chair, budget 2025 1.0, I brought a motion regarding Mullet Bay. I was told, we don't need to do this, we are working on this already. My opinion was this would only be more support to get the ball rolling. Madam Chair, I haven't heard about Mullet Bay since. I watched a press briefing where the Honorable Prime Minister emphasized the point that Mullet Bay is in St. Maarten and it would remain in St. Maarten. But I also saw in Curacao where they are saying that they own Mullet Bay. And Madam Chair, let's just be frank and call a spade a spade. They do have majority shares in Mullet Bay. When I brought the motion, it was only to safeguard St. Maarten's best interests. And as I mentioned, even during that INYA meeting, I get the feeling that we are being set up for failure. It is happening, in my humble opinion, because we are not seeing anything taking place, no updates. But through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, I would like to be provided with every decision and action, every meeting that took place since the passing of the 2025 budget, since the passing of the INYA amendment to now, which relates to securing Mullet Bay for the people of St. Maarten. Because I remember that there was some sort of a clause where St. Maarten would have, I think it's 10 days to secure the funds once it's known and going on bid and all those different things. I would like some clarity on that point, Madam Chair. Because Mullet Bay could be in St. Maarten, but a lot of things are in St. Maarten that the people of St. Maarten don't benefit from. And I just don't want that to become one of them. Madam Chair, our faction submitted a letter to the Minister of Finance. I'll just go through it briefly. It was relating to the St. Maarten Carnival 2025 subsidy. Now, it's just that the Carnival was the main subject based on the time this letter was sent because of the press release that came out. But in this letter, Madam Chair, where I'm going to go to the question and then the answer because then the public could follow a bit better. We asked several questions, Madam Chair. Since the 2025 budget has not been published or ratified, how was the transfer of funds made to the SCDF if the funds were taken from the 2024 budget and considering that there was no budgetary allocation for Carnival made in 2024, which line items were used to finance this incidental subsidy? Then it goes on to, what was the legal basis for the payment? Will the same legal basis be applied to facilitate other outstanding debts, for instance, the justice workers and the back pay? Because one thing is for sure, I remember the Minister of Finance saying through you, Madam Chair, that she will not break the law. I think that was last year when it comes to payments. So in my humble opinion, and that's just my opinion, which I would like clarity on, the law was broken to pay certain things and not being considered to pay others. So I would just like some clarity on that. And the response that we received, Madam Chair, on March 3rd from the Minister, in the ending of the letter, it says, on February 27th, the COM resolved to rectify this oversight by adding the subsidy amount of SCDF and a line item subsidy, budget post 8270 from the Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Traffic and Telecommunication through the budget amendment for 2025. Here we are, back with the budget 2.0 2025, and I don't see it anywhere reflected, Madam Chair. So again, are we being set up for failure when it comes to the passing of this budget? Because again, commitments are being made on black and white, public record, and they are not reality in what we have to approve here. I move on to the Ministry of General Affairs, Madam Chair. I noticed that there was a meeting on the ESF. The Prime Minister led the first National Hurricane Preparedness meeting back in May, together with the Office of Disaster Management, Fire Chief Richardson. Since that meeting, what steps have been taken? Have the shelters been inspected and prepared? Has the staff training been completed? Are the supplies in place if we are faced with a storm or some sort of natural disaster? Is there any sort of support for vulnerable families? The Office of Disaster Management has been encouraging persons to prepare for their emergency kits, which is customary, secure their homes, but not everyone can afford that. And I would like to know if the ministry is looking into providing any sort of assistance to families that are struggling to get prepared. I know that during our tenure, me as Minister of VROMI, as well as the Minister of VSR, Minister Otley, we did a lot of home repairs and roof repairs and all those things to assist vulnerable families, seniors, and so in the community. I would like to know if anything of that sort is being considered now during this or even before, or just to assist persons in that regard. Or if not, what assistance is being considered by the government? Through you, Madam Chair, I also started during my tenure a sort of a shelter pre-registration program, which basically allows persons who believe that their homes are not fully secured to register in advance so that the VSR and all the stakeholders that have to man these shelters would know in terms of what to expect. I would like to know if that is still active, if that is still being carried out by this current administration. Madam Chair, with regards to the vehicle readiness check, in August of last year, the government delivered several new vehicles, including fire trucks and ambulances, and other vehicles for the ambulance and the fire department. Are all those vehicles currently up to date and running? Have they experienced any problems? And is there a maintenance schedule to take place so that they are storm ready in the event that we are hit with a natural disaster? Madam Chair, on February 13th of this year, I sent a letter to the Prime Minister that sought clarity on the purchasing of vehicles that took place with the NRPB, but it also referenced fire ambulance and the Ministry of VROMI. I only received a response from the Ministry of VROMI with regards to those vehicles because I know that there were some issues. I just wanted to update. But I haven't received any response from the Ministry of General Affairs. So I'll rehash these questions in hopes to get a response. The subject matter is clarification and procurement of vehicles and emergency services, and also the Ministry of VROMI. I said, Honorable Minister, I'm writing you to request information regarding the recent procurement of fire department Ambulance Services, and the Ministry of Rummy. We have observed the arrival of new vehicles and seek clarification on the bidding and acquisition process to ensure transparency and accountability. With respect to the Fire Department and Ambulance Services, I kindly request the clarification on the following. When was the tender process conducted and who won the bid? What was the total cost of the vehicle, and if I could get a price breakdown of each vehicle? How many vehicles were purchased, and I'm talking about the SUVs and pickups in particular, that was for the fire department and the ambulance. If I can get a price breakdown on that and the entire bidding process. I didn't receive a response, so I look forward to that. Madam Chair, this is a note to the, I would maybe seek clarity from the Secretariat of Parliament as well, because if a letter is sent with questions and only partially answered, it should not be deemed a closed case, because this seems to be the case with this response. Madam Chair, I saw that recently the fire department issued an alert about wildfire risks due to extreme heat. If a wildfire breaks out in the hills, is anything in place to back up the firefighters, like extra manpower, resources, or is there a clear response plan? Because I've seen all the preparedness messages go out. I'd like to know from the government end, what are we doing as representatives to secure this? Lastly, for the Ministry of General Affairs, Madam Chair, I always brag about the fact that when we took office, it seemed as if government could not win court cases, and that changed, because I could go back to my records. I have about approximately an 80% passing rate in terms of winning court cases, but I've seen this decline rapidly under this new administration. So I would like to know, Madam Chair, through you to the Prime Minister, what are you doing to secure government's best interests? Because if you ask me, and I'm just a regular MP, it seems as though some of your ministers within the Council of Ministers are purposely, directly or indirectly, not winning court cases by not providing strong enough arguments. And that's my opinion. Next, Madam Chair, I move on to the Ministry of Justice. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, does the Minister believe there's enough in the current budget to properly deal with emergencies? If not, what will be done to secure that? Because here we are debating a budget to be passed, and I've heard the minister mention, even during the last budget debate, that finances seems to be an issue. So if the government is presenting a budget for Parliament to pass, but saying in advance that it's not enough and it's not adequate and it's not correct, why are you submitting this to Parliament to pass? Then my idea, my thinking, my rationale would be include what you need and then bring it. So I would like to know from the Ministry of Justice if this has changed from since 2025 1.0 to now 2025 2.0 that we are here debating. To you as well, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Justice. I saw an article where reference was being made of justice workers not being properly insured with life insurance and other insurance, and that came out right after the incident at the House of Detention. I would like to know if there's any truth to this by them not having proper insurance, and if this is the case that they don't have proper insurance, what is being done to address this point? Because I find it hard to believe, having a mother that works at the House of Detention and also family members that work within the justice chain, that those that are on the front line, putting their lives on the line to protect us, don't have even proper insurance. It was very mind-blowing to me, and I would like to know if this is indeed the case, and if it is the case, what are we doing as representatives to remedy this situation? Where do we need to shift money from? How can we shift priorities to make sure that this is not the case? God forbid something happens to some one of our men or women in blue and black and gray and white. Madam Chair, we know that the Ministry of Justice is short-staffed, whether it has to do with prison guards, police, people working behind the scenes. in the minister's view, is there enough money? Again, I'm asking clarity on this particular point in this year's budget. So the first time it was general to all the other points in terms of manpower, vehicles, whatever the ministry might need, but now I'm going into the part of the human resource. Is there enough money in this year's budget to actually recruit and train a number of people who are really needed to execute the task of these different instance organizations? If so, what is the multi-year plan in order to address these shortfalls when it comes to staffing? The truth is, Madam Chair, that international reports and many local voices, including the inmates and staff at the House of Detention, have been saying that the condition that the prison is in is inhumane. We all know that the new prison is coming, but the project has been delayed and is still some years away. I'm talking about the reality here and now. Does the current budget give the minister enough room to deal with the immediate issues? If not, how much is required to deal with the immediate issues? And how does the minister plan to address this? Should we expect a nota van wijziging in order to address the immediate issues? I know that during the time of this budget coming here and the most recent accident that took place at the House of Detention, I know that there was zero to no room to incorporate that here. But I would like to know if can we expect a nota van wijziging in order to address those issues? We know that when the staff are constantly overworked due to being short-staffed, it leads to burnout. That's probably the exact reason what has been going on at the prison for a long time, because you know that we hear a lot about sick leave and understaffing. So they're not carrying. It's time for, in my humble opinion, for the staff to be properly supported so that they are not carrying more than they should. Because once they are, they'll be in a much better position to do their jobs the right way that we know that they are capable of. Madam Chair, I would like to know if the Council of Advice gave any feedback to the minister on how the ministry is spending its money, especially when it comes to issues at the prison, when it comes to staffing. Can the minister give some insight into these points if they were pointed out? Madam Chair, through you, after the fire, there were different departments and groups that stepped in to help, like the police, the fire department, the Red Cross, and others. Is there money set aside in the budget to support these kinds of joint responses in the future? Since the new prison won't be ready anytime soon, what's being done in the meantime to keep the current prison safe and functional? Are there plans for smaller fixes that the ministry can put in place this year to be able to ease some of the pressure? After the fire, a lot of follow-up actions were needed, like inmate health care, repairs, getting things back to order. What was the plan? What's the plan to deal with all these extra costs? And what has this amounted to thus far? When the fire happened, the inmates had to be moved to police holding cells in Simpson Bay, and even some were sent off island. Was there enough flexibility in the budget to handle this emergency? Is there money set aside to help the ministry call in help from other organizations or professionals if a similar situation was to happen again in the future? And through you, Madam Chair, lastly, for the Minister of Justice, I would like to know, based on the support that St. Maarten has been receiving from, I believe, Aruba it was, and I'm not sure where else, are we paying for this? How much is it costing? And how does the ministry plan to cover these costs? I move over, Madam Chair, to the Ministry of VSA. Through you, Madam Chair. Minister, the public was informed that over $2.6 million in grants were secured to support mental health care regulation, and the National Healthcare Professional Register. That's a significant amount in my humble opinion. But what I'd like to understand is what has actually been done since the funds were received. What's the timeline for the implementation? And how is the ministry ensuring that local professionals, not just external consultants, are going to be part of this process? I would like to know the minister's vision on this and how he plans to get it done. While the minister commit to publishing clear updates on how those grants funds are being spent, such as deliverables, milestones, and which agencies or consultants are carrying out the work. I would like to know if the minister is willing to share that information. In May, the ministry launched the campaign, It's Okay Not to Be Okay, for Mental Health Awareness Month. There were multiple events and outreach sessions across the community. The question is, what kind of support is now in place for those who came forward or shared their struggles? Were there any long-term services, referrals, or any follow-up activities as a result of this campaign? I feel it's a great initiative, and I applaud the minister and the ministry for pushing this point. I know that awareness campaigns serve a purpose, but we have to ensure that it goes beyond that, Madam Chair. What is the ministry doing to ensure that those messages translate into real, consistent access to mental health support across the island at this moment? In February, the ministry entered into a 30-month partnership with Trimbaus Institute, funded by the Trust Fund and coordinated with the NRPB. The plans include improving governance, professional training, finalizing a national action plan, and creating a sustainable referral and care system. What has actually started so far under this agreement? Which parts of the long list of deliverables are in motion? And how does the ministry ensure that the approach remains relevant to our local realities, not just those external models? Because I do not believe in a one-size-fits-all approach. So I would like to really know, how does this apply to our current state of affairs, and how does the ministry see it helping our community? Madam Chair, to the minister, in May, the minister made a public statement reminding businesses to follow proper labor protocols during layoffs and restructuring. But is the ministry conducting any checks on these companies to see if they're actually complying, and are workers being contacted or even given easy access in order to report certain violations? I know that in the past, there's always been a sort of reluctance or hesitance from our working force to come and complain, because they are of the opinion, once we complain, nothing happens, somebody makes a phone call, and then they are also being victimized wherever they might go. So we'd like to know, what is the current state of affairs in regards to that, to make sure that the violations are being addressed and the workers are being treated fairly. Madam Chair, I move on to the Ministry of TIAT regarding the famous marketplace. Minister, when you took office, what exactly was already in place? Were the terms of reference drafted, building permits issued, or contractors selected, and what remained to be done? I know most of those answers, Madam Chair, but the reason I'm asking this is for public consumption, because I believe that there are so many different narratives being spun out there, and I think that it's high time to draw the line and put things back in place where they should be. So I would like to know from the minister's perspective about all these steps that were taken or needs to be taken in order to execute the whole marketplace project. Minister, I would like you to walk us through the full timeline of what happened under your watch, advanced, and what was stalled and why. You announced that this project would be a priority. Can you tell us if it's still a priority for you today? And I would like to know how this is being reflected in your actions. What is the real issue holding this up at the moment, and across which department or ministry? Madam Chair, vendors said that they'd receive answers by end of June. Can you clarify, Minister, what exactly they'll receive and what made the June target? Could you share a timeline of the remaining milestones, soil tests, bidding processes, construction start, projected completion for the marketplace? Since the relocation, how were the vendors feeling at first, and how do they feel now, based on your understanding? What has the ministry actually done to assist the vendors in the hardship to date? Not future promises, but real ongoing support. I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, what real solutions are being considered to assist the vendors. Because right now, we know that the vendors are struggling, and I would like to know what can happen in the here and now, the short, immediate place during this budget debate to ease some of their burden. The reason I say that, Madam Chair, because I think that accountability needs to be recognized some way, somehow. We had a full plan, everything set, building permits, 9 months relocation turnaround time, and the minister came into office about a year ago and changed everything. And now we are no step further. If you ask me, we are further away from the milestone because they don't even have a published building permit as yet. That is the reason why I'm asking this, and that is the reason why I think the people deserve clarity on this subject matter. Madam Chair, in regards to Soul Beach, I would like to know, because I've seen different articles, sometimes you don't know if it comes from the ministry or the minister, or sometimes people get their own personal opinion. So I would like to zoom that in and make it very official here on the floor of Parliament. If the festival met the expectations in terms of financial return and positive exposure, give us a clear and balanced view. I know that the minister mentioned initial returns of, I think it was 4,000 people will come here, and of the 4,000 people, they all will spend $4,000, if I'm not mistaken. I would like some clarity on that. So if that could be provided, because I'm hearing a lot of different numbers being spread around. Okay. I would like to know, how were the preliminary returns calculated? Because I saw some calculations that came from the minister herself. I would like to know, how was this calculated? How was it measured? What factual data was used? Did the tax office provide their returns? The vendors, how did that go so quick? And I would like to know, Madam Chair, through you, what role did the Tourism Bureau play in organizing this festival? Madam Chair, I would like to know, how was the festival marketed? And do you feel, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, it reached the full extent of its potential? Beyond the performances, where international acts are given a chance to interact with our culture in meaningful ways on the island, I would like to know, Madam Chair, if we host Soul Beach again, will the ministry make it a point to include local artists and talent more prominently in the event for future reference? Madam Chair, I would like to know, what is the Tourism Bureau strategic vision right now, especially regarding the diversification beyond cruise ships and big events? Has the Bureau done any specific satisfaction surveys or feedback sessions with hoteliers, taxi drivers, small business owners? If so, what came out of those? What are the results? And how will we act on the feedback given? Madam Chair, I've heard a lot of numbers being thrown around in terms of how many persons actually came to the island for Soul Beach. I think it was something under 3,000 was mentioned, that 3,000 persons came to the island specifically for this event. And I believe that that was an official statement from the ministry or minister. It's very easy to prove certain things, and I'm not here to point fingers because, Madam Chair, to be honest with you, I like outside of the box thinking. As a minister, I was critiqued a lot for thinking outside the box, but give me the chance and I'll do it again. Because I believe that in a moving time, we have to adjust our thoughts to match our reality and not stick in the past and hope that something will continue to go better, even though we see it going worse. So I'm pro diversification, I'm pro new events, I'm pro ideas, I'm pro all of that. But what I have a fundamental issue with, Madam Chair, through you, is the fact that the situation started from a premise of it not being budgeted, funds were paid, no budget, it's not even in the budget amendments, I don't even see it in this budget now, and the government continues to do things the wrong way in hopes that we might not see it, or if they repeat an untruth over and over, that we might believe it, and they might say, okay, take some salt, it should be sugar, and those things can't work no more, Madam Chair. We have too much technology, too much ways and means to be able to justify and prove differently with certain things. So I would just like some factual, hardcore truth and how we plan to address it moving forward. So with that being said, can a statistics be given as to how many flights we had in May of 2024 compared to May 2025 to justify the 3,000 persons that so-called came to the island to Soul Beach? Madam Chair, I heard of a situation from a local business person, and it bothered me to the fullest extreme. Why I say that is because, based on what I was told, in order for Soul Beach to host their event at this particular local establishment, local on the dot side, I want to specify, yeah? This individual had to sign an agreement to give them 30% of their profit. Now, here we're talking about public funds, our funds, everybody in here, every business, everyone, being used to subsidize an event, not being properly marketed, but then we go to exploit our local business owners, and because things don't go that way, the whole event on the front side. Madam Chair, I have a serious concern with that is there, and I would like to know what is the minister's view on situations like this, because our taxpayers' money went into Soul Beach. Soul Beach organization tried to exploit local businesses. God knows how much others they did it to. And when you don't comply, they move the event to the other side of the island. I have no problem with the front side, but I work here in the Dutch Parliament, and I have to protect our funds in a responsible way and work in the best interest for those who have put me in this privileged position to represent them. So I want clarity on those specific situations, and is the ministry aware of it, and how does the ministry plan to combat situations like this again? Because then if you tell me that because initially the minister mentioned that front side would put half. Did the front side put half of the investment? If yes, then I stand to be corrected, Madam Chair. But I still have an issue with them trying to exploit local businesses. So I would like some clarity on those questions. I move on to the Ministry of VROMI. Madam Chair, I would like to know, and I referenced court cases a while ago, and I know why I referenced them. I would like to know, Madam Chair, if the defense notes, the plaidoyer, all those different documents to work in, that should be working and functioning in government's best interest from the Ministry of VROMI with regards to building permit cases, can they be provided to Parliament? Building permits in the last year, building permit court cases in the last year. So all the defense notes. I would also like to know, Madam Chair, if the court cases, all the building permits, all the related documents and or advices for those particular court cases be provided to Parliament as well for the last year. I would also like to know through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of VROMI, what classification is being used when a civil works permit is being issued? So how is that described in the National Gazette? Give an example of that can be provided to Parliament. Madam Chair, I would like to know through you to the Minister of VROMI, because I know we left millions of guilders there to execute road works and other great infrastructure projects in terms of the sewage connections to homes. I haven't seen any of that taking place, but I do see the road works happening. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, how much of those funds have been spent thus far? What is the ministry's vision plan in order to increase the speed in which this is happening? And does the ministry run the risk of losing those funds if they are not spent in a timely manner? So the capital expenditure funds. And has a request already gone in for budget 2026 to get more capital expenditure budget to continue the great work in terms of paving all the roads, paving all the side roads, and also putting together more home connections for sewage, which would alleviate a lot of the sewage situation that we see persons complain about on the island. Madam Chair, lastly, to the Ministry of VROMI, I would like to request all the documents related to rainforest adventure. So the issuance of the land, which minister signed the deed to issue the land, which discount agreements were made when it comes to the scaling of the amount to be paid. I want all those documentation, Madam Chair, because I was told that a tax exemption / long lease exemption write-off took place within the last 2 months by the minister and the Council of Ministers. And I would just like to know if that is true. Was there any request to substantiate that? And what would be a reason to write it off? Because I don't see the ministry or the minister writing off the long lease owed by private citizens that struggle to pay the long lease every year. So it would behoove me that a company that already got a sweet deal, discount on multiple fronts, now get a tax exemption write-off or anything of the sort to do with long lease and or turnover and profit tax. I would like some clarity on that. And if all those documents can be provided to Parliament, also which minister signed the deed to issue those discounts and all those things back in the day. Lastly, Madam Chair, the Ministry of ECYS. A lot of students come to me in the last couple of weeks asking for information on how they could sign up to the BOP program, which is the Business Outreach Program. I would like to state here that I had the privilege of sitting in one of the ceremonies when they were concluding. I think it was 2 years ago. And I must say that Ms. Arnell and her team are doing a great job in terms of securing our future, so to speak, because the youth that get these job opportunities, they are our future. And I must say that being in the room at the time, I got a great motivation. And I even got to learn that this was started by Lenny Priest. I think it was about 27 years ago when he was Commissioner of Finance. And to see how far this program has reached, Madam Chair, I must commend them. And I would like to know through you, well, to the Minister of Education / Minister of Finance, is there any room or space to add a couple tens or maybe even 50,000 guilders to this in order to increase the amount of students that can be hired? I would like to know if this is a possibility, and I'm more than willing to explore every option to come with a budget amendment to facilitate something like that, because I believe if we don't invest in our future today, we will have to face the bad results of it tomorrow. With that being said, Madam Chair, I would like to close with the following. During the budget 2025 1.0, I brought a motion to basically look out and safeguard children that are born late in our system, in our eyes, which would be after October 1st, that they are allowed to start school during the regular school year as somebody that born on September 30th of that same year. By, if the case be, provide them or allow them the opportunity to do a test. This motion was shot down by the majority in Parliament because the minister stated that she already had a solution and working on it and it would be in place for this school year. Madam Chair, right now is June 9th. I haven't seen anything published. I've gotten 2 complaints from parents for the same issue, not being allowed to register because their child was born. I think one was October 16th and the other one was October 4th. So again, we continue to go down this trend. We play politics, don't pass it, don't put pressure on the ministry or the minister in order to execute. And here we are, 8 months, 6 months later, facing the same rhythm, same music, because somebody decided to put their ego before the people. And Madam Chair, I'm saying all that to say that it doesn't matter if my motion passed or not. I just want to see the results of this, because I, as a parent of 2 children that were born late, but got the opportunity because of the MAC school to do an exam, and they are doing very good in school right now, I would like to see that opportunity shared across the board, and I hope that no other child on St. Maarten is robbed of such an opportunity. So through you to the Minister of Education, can an update be provided for this project, and will it be in place for August of 2025, this coming school year? Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to the answers and see you in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. The next speaker at this time would be MP Lewis. MP Lewis, I invite you to take the floor.
Good afternoon to you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, support staff. Good afternoon, St. Maarten. I have a few questions for you, Minister of Finance. Through you, Madam Chair, what has been implemented since the 2024 budget to increase fiscal compliance? What other revenue generating activities are being researched by the ministry, and what is the timeline, if there is any? What is being done to attract qualified individuals to work at the inspectorate and receivers? How does the ministry plan to tackle capacity issues that will soon be caused due to individuals going on retirement? What are the plans of the ministry to reduce tax burdens of small businesses? Which new tax laws are currently under revision? A, since the minimum wage has been increased, are there any plans to adjust the income tax scales to reduce the burden on low incomes? Has the ministry considered including the items listed in the basket of goods into the list of exempted products for the turnover tax? Are there any plans to reduce turnover tax percentage? Through you, Madam Chair, this is a question of clarity, as it was mentioned during the previous budget debate that government would be working with an audit team to help bolster tax compliance. However, in this budget, there was no mention of the foundation. I would therefore like to know what is the status of the negotiation. Through you, Madam Chair, these are questions, the following questions are for the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs. Prime Minister, can you give an update on the, I think it's the Jajo commercial building case against government? That building is, that is the building that currently is used to house the National Detective Agency, the Landsverordening of Sint Maarten. I understood that the former Minister of Justice owns this property and took government to court and won. I also heard that there's a great financial implication on government. I would like some clarity on this matter. As what I understood, it's to the tune of more than over 500,000 US dollars. Two, through you, Madam Chair, to the Prime Minister. The exam bureau was to be transferred to the First Caribbean, the old First Caribbean Bank on Canagita Street. I understood that this would no longer be. I would like to know what is going on there and how much is government planning to compensate the owners for the interruption of their business. As I understood, there will be some sort of settlement. Through you, Madam Chair, questions to the Minister of Romy. Staffing shortages. Minister, with the key departments such as the Staff Bureau operating at only 29% capacity and the Beheersdienst at 68%, how do you plan to address these critical understaffing issues, and what recruitment targets have been set for 2025? What is the ministry's strategy to not only fill current vacancies, but also retain skilled personnel across core divisions? By what timeline do you aim to reach at least 90% of staffing capacity? What specific outcomes does the ministry expect from the new national housing policy? And how will it be directly addressed? How it will directly address the current shortage of affordable housing for low and middle income families? Can you explain how the ministry plans to monitor and evaluate subsidies granted by the St. Maarten Development Fund to ensure effectiveness, transparency, and alignment with the National Housing Strategy. Can you provide a detailed timeline for the finalization, review, and implementation of the Landsverordening and its associated LBHAM? How will you ensure meaningful stakeholder engagement and public input throughout the zoning and legislative process? And will the results of the consultations be transparently shared? What is the expected timeline for the completion of a single comprehensive bestemmingsplan for the country? And how will it address conflicting land use functions? How does the ministry plan to strengthen enforcement of environmental norms and reduce pollution in public and natural areas? How many inspectors are currently assigned to enforce environmental standards? And does the 2025 budget include provisions for expanding this capacity? What concrete measures are budgeted for the 2025 budget to improve wastewater treatment and prevent flooding, particularly in residential communities during heavy rainfall? What steps are being taken to implement a sustainable national waste management and recycling system? And will public education and incentives be part of this effort? What specific infrastructure maintenance or upgrade projects are included in the 2025 budget, and how do they align with the goal of weather-resilient development? What is the ministry doing to ensure that public spaces, roads, transport hubs are clean, well-lit, and properly monitored with working surveillance systems? What performance indicators or service level benchmarks will be used in the 2025 budget to evaluate whether infrastructure and public spaces meet accessible safety and maintenance standards? Given the number of consultant-led projects in the budget, what is being done to ensure quality control, cost efficiency, and the transfer of knowledge to ministry staff? How are you ensuring that consultants meet their contractual deliverables, and are there penalties or evaluation tools in place for underperformances? How are the trust fund resources being managed for the projects on the VROMI? And what reporting or oversight mechanisms exist to ensure accountability? And lastly, after their internal efficiency programs or training initiatives planned in 2025, so are there internal efficiency programs or training initiatives planned in 2025 to improve the functioning of the ministry and reduce long-term reliance on outsourced services? Through you, Madam Chair, these are questions. The following questions is for the Minister of Justice. What is the update on a total payout retroactive payment to the justice workers and the justice pensioners? I have mentioned in a previous meeting here in Parliament with the Minister of Justice to prioritize the pension workers, as I see it very fitting to do so. What discussions are ongoing to amend fees for the overall immigration services? Why can't the people who are requesting a VOH, a police record, receive this in a quick turnaround? What is the update on the national decrees for the remainder of the justice personnel? The Ministry of Justice, or the Minister of Justice, has only co-signed 2 batches while she is in office for over 6 months. During my tenure, we have delivered more than 6, or about 6 batches, including the 2 batches that the minister recently signed off, was initiated under my tenure. When will the Minister of Justice put her foot down and get the work executed on these batches for the remainder personnel in the Ministry of Justice. This lapse behavior, to me as a member of parliament, is unbecoming. And work need to be forthcoming for the people within the ministry, and by extension, the service that they will continue to provide for the people in this country. What is the update on the police holding cells in Phillipsburg? What are the costs? Our police headquarters in general is in a dilapidated state. Was there any assessment? If yes, how much will it cost the country? The immigration processes are delayed way more than ever. What is being done to fix this problem? I understood from individuals within the community on different meetings that are being held with the interim head of admittance, Miss Leonora, and a member of the compliance team department, that I, as former minister, was doing what I want, and it was not correct. Minister of Justice, this type of service and behavior is also unbecoming, and I too will not accept any defamation on my character because I didn't dance to their tune to promote them to the function head of Tulating. I will not allow anybody else to be defaming my character, as this is also criminal. What discussions, Minister, to you, Madam Chair, are happening regarding having all justice workers insured? And when I'm talking about insured, we're not talking about SZV insured. We're talking about liability, as we all already seen what took place in the prison, which I keep mentioning that the police officers, yes, did have an insurance, but all justice workers are at risk. Those who execute as the officers in law enforcement and also the administrative personnel across the board. Are there discussions? And also, what is the total premium? What will it cost the country to secure a proper insurance for the justice workers? Through you, Madam Chair, I move on to questions to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. What specific steps are being taken to integrate student needs into fully inclusive education system? Can you provide details on the timeline and scope for the standardization of student assessments at primary and secondary levels? Given the emphasis on lifelong learning, how will the curriculum reform address the needs to adult learners and vocational training? How is the ministry addressing the staffing shortages and delays in hiring, especially among senior policy staff, which are noted as a risk in the budget? What improvements are expected from the revision of the job classification book, the Function book, and the teacher compensation study? How will the ministry evaluate the success of implemented education reforms, and will the findings be made public? How does the ministry plan to ensure the long-term sustainability of the youth programs, such as Business Outreach and Placement Program and the Certified Youth Participation Training Initiative? What actions are being taken to implement the recommendations from the Early Childhood Development Funding and Policy Review? How does the ministry plan to monitor and report on effectiveness of schools' sports programs and the use of sports as a tool for health and community engagement? How does the ministry plan to ensure the long-term sustainability of inclusive education policy, particularly for students with special needs? What steps are being taken to align vocational and technical education programs with current labor market needs? How will the ministry monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the implemented summer school policy and the Dutch language improvement strategy? Given the limited budget for legal affairs and educational legislation, how will the ministry ensure timely updates and enforcement of new education laws and regulations? What mechanisms are in place to ensure the investments made through the Fostering Resilience Learning Project, the FRLP, and the Child Resilience and Protection Projects, the CRPP, have measurable impacts on students and teachers' well-being? I would also like us here in Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, to receive a detailed report on the Prince William Alexander School investigation, where the former, or the interim, the former interim head was also displaced pending an investigation. The director of the school was also moved by my person temporarily because of what was happening at the school, pending an investigation. And today I would like to know what is the labor status of the former interim head of the Prince William Alexander School. I will continue through you, Madam Chair. Questions to the Minister of VSA. In Dutch states de volgende prioriteiten benadrukt. Verduurzaming van de zorgfondsen. Hervormingen gebaseerd op de aanbevelingen van de SAAHA worden ingevoerd om kosten te beheersen en toegankelijke van de zorg van garanderen. Regarding the commission mentioned in the notes for VSA, so I need to know, when will this commission be put in place? Who will be part of this commission? Who will oversee this commission? How much will this commission cost? Why is a commission being implemented when the problems regarding the zorgfondsen have already been identified? Through you, Madam Chair, we'll continue with the questions to the Minister of TIAT. What are the expected measurable outcome of the 100,000 guilders investment in tourism product development, and how will the return on investment be assessed? What key performance indicators are in place to track the success of campaigns like Sweet Sint Maarten Spice and Fête de la Cuisine? How many direct and indirect jobs are projected to be created as a result of the tourism events and marketing campaigns outlined in the budget? How does the ministry ensure that growth in tourism contributes to long-term sustainable economic development and is not limited to seasonal consumption spikes? What is expected? What is the expected economic impact of the MSC Cruises campaign of 90,000 guilders, and how is the effectiveness of the cruise to stay conversation being tracked? Is the budget allocation of 48,600 sufficient for meaningful and lasting revitalization of the Philipsburg area? I heard someone says 50, but I think that's the precise amount that is mentioned. To what extent is the ministry using data from the Tourism Exit Survey, the TESS, and Tourism Satellite Accounts, the TSA, to inform and adjust tourism policies? What contingency and recovery strategies are in place to protect tourism activities in the event of natural disasters or geopolitical disruptions? How is the ministry working with the airlines to extend tourist length of stay on the island? What efforts are being made to promote tourism in lesser-known areas of St. Maarten to reduce congestion and promote equitable economic benefits? Are there targeted marketing plans for returning visitors and repeat tourists using personalized content or loyal campaigns? This would be for the conclusion of my questioning to the ministers, Madam Chair, and I thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I continue now with the members of Parliament, according to the indication of who wishes to speak, and the next MP up is MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Finance, and support staff, the viewing and listening public. Madam Chair, as I stated before in a meeting with the Honorable Minister of Finance, when the budget comes, I do not want the song to be sang that it's the same, and unanimous, and we'll blindly approve. Because, Madam Chair, when the AIM text was sent from the government on March 4th, it was not blindly approved by a person, which also indicates to me that something was not too kosher, Madam Chair. Now we are here today dealing with Budget 2.0 of 2025. Honorable Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions. One, the Council of Advice refers to a form that must be used to inform Parliament. This form was not included with the file. Can a copy of this be provided? Was the format followed when informing us in your letter dated March 4th, div number 5201? Why was this recommendation from the Council of Advice regarding the authorization of ministers to sign on the behalf of the country not taken up? There is still no explanation that this authorization must be followed up with an LBHAM as per Article 46, second paragraph, Part B, National Accounting Ordinance. Even though in your NADA report to the Governor, you indicated that this had been taken up. Please explain why. Seems to be a conflict somewhere, or if I missed it, clarification through you, Madam Chair. The Council also recommended that the matter of urgency be removed, as this is all more undesirable since the possibility of review by the Constitutional Court is excluded in the case of emergency procedures, undermining its role in its legislative process and in the system of checks and balances. In the amendment from the government in January, which has also been taken up in this budget, Budget Post 40, a new section titled Ministers' Legal Costs, has been included with a budget of $60,000. What will this be used for? There's also an additional $10,000 for representation costs. What is this? What is it exactly, and what is it to be used for, through you, Madam Chair? Similarly, Budget Post 4010, so 4010, Minister of Finance Cabinet for third parties has increased by $60,000. What is the reason for this increase? Is a budget amendment for 2025 still expected? When it came in January 2020, when January, it was stated that a budget amendment would come in May. So now that we're dealing with this, is a budget amendment still expected? I ask because I still don't see any revenue generating measures in here that I would like to see. Also, the minister prided herself on having an on-time budget. So I'd like to ask, when can we then expect the 2026 budget, since we're dealing with 2025 still? Is it still the intention to have it done on time? After delving into all the amendments that came from government, I also know that there were many amendments, specifically 55 for justice. IS 46 has 13 for ECYS, but IS 46-9, so 469, has 13 amendments for ECYS. IS 468 has 26 for ECYS. I also see 17 for the Ministry of Finance. It's a lot of amendments. Why? What measures have been put in place to avoid such errors in 2026? The Honorable Minister of Finance spoke about the possibilities of a format for amendments. Through you, Madam Chair, a request was placed by myself and my faction asking for this format, and nothing has been sent. So I would like for this to definitely be sent before the public meeting, and also to ensure that we have a smooth sailing for Budget 2026 when it comes. To the Honorable Prime Minister, what is the status update for retroactive payments of LBAs for firefighters? I think that we speak on justice workers, but the firefighters are being ignored, and they play a very, very significant role in our community as well, Honorable Prime Minister. Is the fire department retroactive pay included in this budget? How much will we need to pay these firefighters for 2025? You made mention of the recommendations for BTP when it pertains to fuel costs. However, what are these recommendations specifically? How soon can the people of St. Maarten have relief? Are these recommendations in line with any of the suggestions made by the motion that I presented and which was passed by most members of this Parliament? Honorable Prime Minister, I understand you're doing your due diligence through you, Madam Chair, but something has to be done. Something has to be done. When the motion was presented, we found each and every excuse why it couldn't. And exactly what we said would happen is happening now. Every day we are seeing complaints from the people of St. Maarten who are being cut and who cannot find the means and ways to pay the 50% or the percentage required for electricity to be restored. Honorable Prime Minister, I urge you to look at the TOT, something as simple as such. It was stated by the Honorable Chair Lady that this action is illegal. What we're having is double taxation, and TOT is being passed on and passed on. And when you take 5% and pass it on 6 times, you have 30%. And it falls at the consumer at the end. Even the government is charging the TOT. When we look at the breakdown of the gas, whether it's increase or decrease, something as simple as ensuring that the TOT is removed will bring a significant relief to the people of St. Maarten. Also, through you, Madam Chair, during the 2024 budget amendment debate, I presented where it shows that the fuel tankers and the companies are charging TOT. And when you look at the TOT ordinance, the Honorable Minister of Finance has the ability to create exemptions for any vessel or company that is transporting fuel. That would bring an immediate alleviation to the people of St. Maarten, because the amount that I showed that Sull was charging just based on TOT was thousands of dollars. That will bring an immediate relief, because the cost is being sent on and on and on and falling on the doorstep of the consumer. Please, let us take some immediate action while we wait on BTP. Budget post 30, Minister of Assets, other goods and services was increased by 400,000. Why such a drastic increase? What is the plan for this, through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Prime Minister? Why is there an increase in salaries across the board for all ministers? I see it was done in the 2025 budget as well. I can't recall if this answer was provided. A lot of things were sent in writing. But for example, the Prime Minister increased by 8,769, the Minister of Finance by 8,410, then justice by 2,663. But what was interesting, I see none for the Ministry of VSA. Also, speaking of VSA, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, we are the mental health master plan, very important to the country of St. Martin. The Minister of VSA said he was not able to get access due to NRPB stating that they fall directly under the Prime Minister and he would have to ask permission for such. This is a very important document. So one, has the Minister of VSA ever reached out to you, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, for such document? Two, as a member of Parliament, I would like to urge the Minister of General Affairs to request this document and then also discuss and submit to the Honorable Minister of VSA, since for some reason it is acting as if the Minister of VSA is in a whole nother building and he can't walk down to you, Honorable Prime Minister. But such a document is very important, the master plan for the mental health building. Or is it such that you have received it and communication is not good with yourself and VSA? Because I cannot understand why he cannot get it from you or why he's not requesting it from you. Through you, Madam Chair. Indexation of skills, Honorable Prime Minister. Indexation of skills, is this in the progress? Especially seeing the increase of minimum wage over the past couple of years during my tenure and also the tenure of Minister Brooke. We have persons that are working in the government apparatus that I think are under the minimum wage because there has been no adjustment for many years. What is the plans for such? Is this in the pipeline? And if so, please indicate. Honorable Minister of Romy. Landfill announcement. I sent a letter on April 2nd. To this date, have not received any answers, so I'll ask it here, whereby then I can receive my answers. In the letter dated April 2nd, I questioned the Minister of Romy on the league regarding his announcement on the intention to establish an entry fee at the landfill. And while I fully support initiatives aimed at providing improvement and sustainable waste management, I am concerned about the legal foundation of this proposal. Hence my questions. Based on my understanding of the current legal framework, I have serious reservations as to whether the Minister of Romy has the authority to implement such a fee. Under the existing national ordinance governing waste management, which includes household waste, bulky waste, liquid waste, commercial waste, car wrecks, and other categories, considering the ordinance does not appear to provide provisions for establishment of an entry fee for the landfill. I respectfully request clarification regarding the legal basis for this decision and an update on how it will impact the 2025 income projections. Is it projected? And also, if it was projected and there's no legal basis, how will this impact then the projection? Something will be off. Please provide a copy of the policy or proposal regarding the introduction of the entry fee at landfill. Can you confirm whether this policy has been formally published and made available to the public? If so, when? What is the legal basis for the proposed fee, particularly in relation to the National Ordinance Waste Disposal, and whether it has been reviewed and approved in accordance with the appropriate legal procedures? Please indicate whether any amendments to the national ordinance are being considered, because this is what the only way I can see it possible, but it was not mentioned, is being considered, and if so, whether these amendments have been introduced in Parliament for review. Will a budget amendment be required to address the emergency costs associated? Oh, no, I move to the Ministry of Justice. Will a budget amendment be required to address the emergency costs associated with the recent crisis at the prison? Last week, Friday, there was a court case, through you, Madam Chair, and I warned the Honorable Minister of Justice. I've had conversations with the Honorable Minister of Justice, and I stood here and I warned the Honorable Minister, and I said, when we're doing things, regardless of a crisis or not, there are means and ways to do things with legal ramifications. As a former minister of Versailles, there's a lot of things I would have liked to do in the midst of a crisis. But legally, I was not allowed. So while, yes, damn if you do, damn if you don't, but we're damned now because we're faced with court cases, legal ramifications. And when I spoke, Madam Chair, I'm not a legal mind or a legal expert, so when I speak, I receive advice. And while we have some legal minds in here, and some colleagues may try to contradict what I say, today, it's correct. Last week, Friday, the government, judges, and the prosecutor visited the prison. And today we finally see in documents that the prosecution admit of inhumane. The prison is inhumane. Today, a court case, a verdict was rendered against the Ministry of Justice for the actions taken in the transfer of prisoners to Simpson Bay. The M-Bay, while the minister has the ability to create an M-Bay and label the building a prison, you have international standards that you have to minimally follow. Now, I understand that an expert who was along with the minister was brought in and flown in for this process. So what kind of expert is this person? What is this process that this person is supposed to be working on? How much is this person being paid? How come we can find money to pay this person, which I can very much assume is expensive, but yet the inmates have basic needs that are not being met? All kind of articles giving update of the situations, but from my investigations, a lot were not factual. Only thing at this moment from investigation being worked on is the electricity. Inmates are deprived of sunlight, but yet we have money to pay these expensive experts from the Netherlands. Therefore, I've heard that the money to build the new prison was coming with alternatives, but yet it's not yet released because proper planning and execution is not in place. The Minister of Justice published that the prisoners were allowed to make phone calls due to the fact of no visitation. Based on research, to my understanding, this is also incorrect. Prisoners are not allowed to make phone calls right now. The minister said visits are suspended due to safety concerns. Also incorrect. They're suspended because the rooms are being utilized at this moment. Nothing to do with safety concerns. But we are trying to present a reasoning that we can use specific articles and with different ordinance, and we saw the committee Van Tuzik says, you are violating and overstepping. And also states that while you may give this reasoning for suspension of visit, you have done it 5 times, and say, fix it immediately. Immediately. The minister says inmates are getting sufficient sunlight. Obviously, by the ruling today, it's not the case. Dutch Marines, Navy, Coast Guards, guards in Point Blanche prisons. We have guards from Bonaire, guards from Aruba, guards from Timbuktu coming. What is the financial ramifications of such? We have guards that are not presently showing up to work. Was a call made to gather the troops and ensure locally that we have enough? Apparently, 35,000 euros was given by the Netherlands for renovation and purchasing of new mattresses at the police station. But yet none of the toilets were working. And only last week, Wednesday, they started to fix the toilets at the police station because the judges was going to visit on Friday. Now we can find the money to fix the stuff when we find out that the judges were going to visit. Sewage water were running. We took a trip as members of parliament to the Point Blanche prison. We saw where sewage is running, where the food is left out to be thawed. Members of parliament both opposition and coalition has sent letters, sent requests, and sounded the alarm. The alarm has been sounded way before the riot. And members of parliament has not only spoke on the fact because we did not want to be seen as we are only there, and once we leave, the prisoners has been forgotten. And I say it day in, day out, prison wasn't made for dogs, for human beings. And at any given moment, we are fathers, we are mothers, we are brothers. At any given moment, something can alter any one of our lives that we can end up there. Inmates sleeping on the ground due to heat. In 2021, 3 cases of the European Court for violation of human rights were handled. The clients received around €3,000 compensation and their lawyer fees. If it happens again, who will pay for country St. Maarten? We hear my colleague and faction member MP Lacruz speak on the crime fund. Very, very important. Because we see that the prosecution build cases, sells stuff prematurely, and then when we lose, country St. Maarten is left with the bill. So I won't go into his questions. I'll wait on the answers provided by him to see what is the plan exactly with the crime fund and how can we do not only to protect St. Maarten, but ensure that investigations are not just blindly being carried out because there's no ramifications when the prosecution loses. What does the minister understand? What this minister doesn't seem to understand, that if you release inmates earlier with monitoring system, you can see actually better if they have been rehabilitated in their adjustment back into society. Madam Chair, even in the court case, the recent court case, the judge asked, why aren't you releasing prisoners due to lack of capacity? So now I say, as a member of parliament, to the Honorable Minister of Justice, I guess you were doing your due diligence, because when I look to my right and I see the former Minister of Justice who carried out his duty, and because the prosecution didn't agree, decide to open an investigation for him carrying out his duty, I guess the Minister of Justice was crossing her T's and dotting her I's. Well, today now, the judge gave you the ammo to do what you need to do as a minister of this country. When last has the minister received a report from the Central Board of Probations? How quickly can the minister urgently assess all current inmate cases to gather a synopsis of the following: schedule releases, crime category, severity, violent, non-violent, stage of sentence, type and length of sentence, whether conditional, unconditional. As asked in the justice meeting, what is the plan for training of personnel? In your letter, Honorable Minister of Justice, when you get this, in your letter to Parliament dated March 4th, you indicated that one of the amendments suggested in January 25 through the Note of Aanwijziging, IS 470, was not for new expenditures, but to make adjustment of critical vacancies. Can you explain which vacancies are these? I see in the two listing, there are 24 budgeted vacancies. Is this accurate? And does the minister see this fulfillment possible in 2025 and realistic? Madam Chair, the judge rendered a verdict for inmates to be transported within 24 hours. And every day after that is a fine between 5,000 and 50,000 guilders. Where would this cost come from should the prisoners not be transported back within 24 hours? See, Madam Chair, as a member of Parliament, I have stated I have nothing personal against specific ministers, and the Minister of Justice is one that always responds, and you can easily get a meeting with. But the Minister of Justice has to realize the power that she holds, and she will be responsible to the public of St. Maarten. And when decisions are to be made, you can make them hastily, but with a position of such also ensure that what is done is followed and motivated properly. I also would like to state to the minister, also realize that she is the minister. And regardless, through you, Madam Chair, of what support staff that she has to control the narrative and not the support staff, because she is the minister. I move to the questions for Minister VSA. VSA, what are your plans for SZV? SZV has sounded the alarm over and under and estimated to lose between 19 to 26 million for this year. I have seen no plans for SZV. Speaking of plans for SZV, what is the update with the GHI, the Otley Care, whatever we want to call it? What is the update? Is it back from the SED? When are we planning to get this done? When are we going to start the debate? Because right now, this is the Hail Mary, one of the Hail Marys to save SZV. Is the health levy still under the Ministry of VSR? I see the Minister of Finance making announcements. I see the Ministry of TEAT making an announcement. When the health levy was originally planned, for those who may not know, it was planned with the synopsis that the government will also make an agreement, and this was also approved by the CFT. The government will make an agreement to then where funds can be regularly scheduled to help supplement SZV at a sliding scale. Now, the government would have to make this agreement because a law cannot be instated where clearly it says, hey, the money from outside will pay directly to SZV. How much is available in 2025 for incidental subsidies for mental health? I also asked the Honorable Prime Minister on the update on the master plan, so I'll ask this question to the Ministry of VSR just to see the answer. Have you made contact with the Honorable Prime Minister to request the master plan from NRPB, in which they stated that you can only get from the Prime Minister? Through you, Madam Chair, I heard of the new elderly initiatives, and I commend the Minister of VSR for such. However, do you intend to make a pilot project? What is your end goal with such? Will new legislation be developed, or will current legislation be amended to specifically assist with your venture? Also, there was a policy left and approved by our Council of Ministers that will increase the amount of financial aid that seniors receive. What is the update with such? Are you aware of this? And now that you are aware by me saying it, will you look into this and ensure that also the financial aid also requires an indexation due to the minimum wage increase? Will this be looked into? And also, once this is done, can a ramification be presented as to the effect that it will have on the budget moving forward? What is the update on the legislative trajectory created with the LVO for ambulance and personnel to ensure that they receive critical benefits awarded to them, such as the fire personnel and police? I see the legislation for cannabis is listed in the governing program. So what is the process at this moment? Can a timeline be provided? And this also has to do with the budget as it's projected to bring revenue to St. Maarten, once approved by members of parliament, if approved by members of parliament. So what is the update? What is the status? Has work began with the legislation trajectory? Can you provide an update on the budget? Only new revenue generating measures initiative during, well, I spoke about the health levy, but the only revenue generating measure I'm seeing still with the budget is one that I put forward, which is the tourist tax, the health levy. So I would like an update on that as well. Is it back from the SED? And what was the feedback? And when can we expect the debate to start on this legislation? Through you, Madam Chair, I move to the Honorable Minister of TEAT. Most of my colleagues touched on it. Most important point right now, the marketplace. We had it done. We had it ready to go. During my tenure, the conversations with VRUMI, we had a work group. Everything was set, ready to go. And I guess every time a new minister comes in, the plan has to change. And the people are suffering. And I know not only me, because when I walk there every day, they're not shy to tell me how they're feeling, how they're suffering. So I know it's not only me. So we'll be hypocrites to sit here and not defend them. Right is right, wrong is wrong. What is the holdup? And while the minister may want to protect their colleagues, I'm going to just throw it out there and they can correct me. I understood that there's a problem within VRUMI and something was done wrong within VRUMI, and the holdup is at the VRUMI department at the moment. So if I'm wrong, correct me. But we need to get the process going ASAP for the people. Madam Chair, I move to the questions for education. What is being done to increase school security? Right now, we don't see much school fights, but I don't mean that we cannot work on the issue until it starts again. So what is being done and what will be the cost to increase school security? What are the educational reforms? I'm not seeing anything on educational reforms to ensure St. Maarten the enhancement of our education system. What is the update? Very important with all of the issues going on in America now. What is the update with students going to the States? What is the plan? I see right now there's a hold off on issuing student visas. So what is our plan? Especially the plans for those students that attend English-speaking schools. If you are not allowed or not receiving scholarships to go to the States, what are we going to do? What is the thoughts of the minister on opening the study list? For years, we have been given a list on what the country would support as far as scholarships. And there have been various politicians that have sounded this alarm and also said that it should be open to allow our students to freely excel in the world. We have seen entrepreneurs, millionaires, billionaires, movie directors, designers. All of these things should be possible. We need to move away from this thinking of 1950s where it's only about doctors and lawyers. Let's allow our kids to excel freely, use their imagination, and we'll be shocked on what we can create in this country. Honorable, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of Education, at this moment, how many students do you have attending public school that are considered stateless? At this moment. So what is the correct one? With undocumented, stateless, the persons that are born here but do not have a Dutch passport, for clarity. How many students do we have attending public school with that issue? How does this affect the educational level of our country? And what I mean is that person does well, excel well, graduates high school, but doesn't have the correct documentation to go away to study. It limits our educational level besides them going to USM, but it hinders our educational level to a high school level. Is there plans in the future to build more schools? St. Maarten is ever growing. When I was minister, we did a review on the population of St. Maarten, and the way that we have grown over the past 10 years is astronomical. So let us plan for the future, because I do foresee that we will need more schools. Madam Chair, I'm going to leave it here at this moment. I eagerly await the questions from the government of St. Maarten, and I will have, if I have any questions, once the answers are provided, I'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Otley. The next MP to speak at this time is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and their support staff. people in the Tribune, guests in the Tribune, and honorable colleagues and the viewing public. Through you, Madam Chair, going off of the list of ministries, the first one would be the Ministry of Finance. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I know that things such as fees, like for example from the casino and lotteries, etc., do not fall under your purview, but I know the overview of outstanding fees, etc., does pass your desk. So I would like to know what is the current status as it pertains to outstanding casino and lottery fees. Adjacent to that, as well, what is the outstanding based on taxes from hotels and grocery stores? As well, what is the outstanding number as it pertains to erfpacht? Also, in your presentation, where erfpacht was where vergunningen and fees were shown, I was a bit confused. Under which category does erfpacht fall? Does it fall under vergunningen or does it fall under fees? Moving on, a couple months ago, the minister, through you, Madam Chair, made reference that she found that a research had to be done into the reason why Soul Beach left Aruba. I would like to know what is the status of that research and what are the findings of that research. Also, I would like to request all advices that was submitted to the minister by her ministry as it pertains to Soul Beach. I made a similar request to the Minister of TEAT. That request was denied, and I'm hoping that if the minister has any documentation on the matter from her ministry, that she would lead by example and not follow the trend set by her colleague. In the presentation, the minister showed the multi-year income, where the minister in detail went through the added cost throughout the coming years that the country will undergo. But I didn't, maybe I missed it, but I didn't really get the explanation of the added income, because between now and I think 2028, I saw a difference of 50 million guilders. Can the minister elaborate on that? Subsidized school teachers, were the funds sent to the school boards? Were the funds sent? Then I have a general question. In the budget, there were explanations based on the CapEx expenditures for the different various projects. I would like to ask the minister if, for example, there's a CapEx project that's going to be executed this year, being 2025, but the completion of the project depends on CapEx that's to be requested and received in a subsequent year, right? If for any case that CapEx is not approved and we do not get the CapEx, what happens to said project? Can the minister elaborate on that, or explain, and that under that circumstance, what happens to the project? Furthermore, in the budget, as I perused the budget and I was going through the rental overviews, I wanted to look up the amount of rent that is being paid now for the new tourism office. And for some reason, when I went through it, I saw in the digital overview one number and one set of information. And when I looked it up again in the physical overview, I saw a different rental number, a different owner for the building. And this is all from the same budget. So I would like the minister to explain why does the same budget in the digital form, in the physical form, has two different sets of information. Can the minister elaborate on that or explain that? Lastly, as it pertains to the Ministry of Finance, Minister, the elephant in the room, I haven't heard anybody mention it, but the people need to know. As you know, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of TEAT and the Minister of ROMI recently had a meeting with the market vendors, where the vendors expressed their the need for any type of financial relief, where it is said that the TIAT minister basically told them that she had a conversation with you about the matter. So, Minister, not to go back and forth, I just have two questions pertaining to that. Is it true that the Minister of TIAT and your person had a discussion on the matter, through you, Madam Chair? And second question being, is it true that you said no to any idea of financial relief? I'm not going to get into semantics, whether it's for fees, whether it's for taxes, any sort of financial relief for the market vendors. And subsequent to that, are you of the opinion that the market vendors deserve some type of financial relief, seeing that they were displaced for a year and that affected their income? Moving on to the Ministry of AZ. Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister had a recruitment trip to the Netherlands, and subsequent to that, there was an article released that stated that there were 30 jobs filled through that recruitment drive. That sounds like it was a success. I would like to know, I would like to get an overview of the positions that were filled, and also the start dates of the new recruits. Also, I would like that to be divided per ministry and basically the jobs were, which jobs were filled by these 30 applicants. Seeing that P&O falls under the Prime Minister's purview, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, as it pertains to investigations, if someone is suspended pending an investigation, is the government obligated to present the findings to this individual upon completion of the investigation, seeing that they were suspended because of it? Can the Minister give some more clarity on that? Moving on to the Department of Foreign Affairs, how many employees the Department of Foreign Affairs had upon the beginning of your tenure, and how many are now left? Pertaining to GB, it is understood that there's now a tender as it pertains to the generators, because now there's a question of which brand will be purchased moving forward. I would like to know what are the options as it pertains to brands, and when will the order be placed, and who will make this final decision? Is it the management board, the supervisory board? Who makes this decision? What is the status on the sexual harassment cases that are now pending under the minister? Through you, Madam Chair. May I have an overview of the supervisory board of WINEA? Also a column with the appointed dates of these individuals. It was made last public that NRPB has $1 million tender to shred tires. May I have the report where the cost of the shredding machine was explored? Because I would assume if the choice was made to do a public tender for somebody to shred the tires, that an option of buying a machine was explored prior to that. So I would like to have the report where this was explored. As it pertains to the recent article where the Prime Minister, basically the islands secured and allocated a set of allocated funds for alternative energy. I believe St. Maarten got a sum of, was allocated a sum of 33 million guilders, was it guilders? Guilders? Euros, 33 million euros. I have some questions pertaining to that because I think it was the SDE plus funds. This is something that was the prior administration was also busy with, but at the time for allocation, that was basically put on hold because of lack of policies and laws. So seeing that the money has now been allocated, I would like to know what policies are now in place or what policies and laws are now in process. And to go deeper into that, seeing that for the most prominent choice as it pertains to solar, to alternative energy would be solar, how many certified solar installation companies does the island currently have? What are the plans for the use of the recently procured funds? Will a permit strictly be required before installing of solar panels, and under which conditions would one be denied or delayed? Who is legally authorized to install solar panels under these laws or potential policies, and how will the quality and accountability for these installers be ensured? What technical and safety standards must a solar panel installation meet, and how are these going to be enforced? Is someone legally required or will be legally required to report the installation of any solar equipment to GB, and what will be the consequences of not doing such? What are the official fire safety regulations concerning solar panel installations, and how will compliance be monitored? In other words, if a solar installation is installed on my roof, something goes wrong, in a couple of months the installation catches a fire, hence my roof catching a fire, who will be liable? I ask these questions because, again, monies are allocated, reserved. I don't think the island can actually get to spend these funds until policies and laws are made. But if we spend time trying to get the funds allocated, I would hope we also spend time creating these laws and policies in the event of. So I would like to know what is the status on these. VROMI. How much has been spent from the road resurfacing budget to date? How much is still left? How much has been spent on road markings? May I have the documentation of the height service done for the Sucker Garden Road and the L.B. Scott Road? May I have the mixed designs for the Sucker Garden Road, Point Blanche Road, and the L.B. Scott Road? With regards to the road resurfacing project, what has been different in the manner of execution or planning as it pertains to the ones done prior to the minister's tenure? Because at the beginning of the minister's tenure, the minister made a lot of bold statements that things would be done differently. I am curious, now that an X amount of roads have been completed, what have the differences been? Also, what is the status of the side road project? Is the schedule up to date, or is it incurring delays? Also, a couple months ago, the minister had an article where the minister stated to you, Madam Chair, that he'll be cracking down on illegal garages. I would like to know what the status of these, and have there been any garages been closed since December? Also, that there was going to be a crackdown on removal orders of constructions, structures. I would like to know what is the status on that, and how many removal orders have the minister signed off since December. The land where there's a new boom going towards Blue Marine, I would like to know who owns that land, and is it government land or is it private land? And if it's private land, since when has it been private land? The erosion problems in the hills, I would like to have an update, especially as it pertains to South Reward, basically the Mary Fancy and South Reward area, and Ebenezer. The email thread between TEAT and VROMI concerning structural calculations and the possible requests or discussions surrounded around that. I would like to have a printout of that. If names have to be redacted or certain things have to be redacted, that will be fine. I would like to have a printout of this line of communication. Who is part of the zoning team? I would like to see the Memorandum of Basic Principles for the zoning. Can the minister provide to you, Madam Chair, the preliminary draft zoning plan? And if it's ready, has it been presented to COM? Also provide the findings of the stakeholder analysis. What is the communication strategy? Have the internal VROM consultations taken place? And can the minister give a short summary of the findings? Have public consultations begun? If so, how are they going? Has the preliminary zoning plan been discussed with the public? If so, can the minister give us a synopsis of that? What is the current status of the building permit backlog? What is the number? How many permits has been signed since January? What is the number of the amount of building permits that have been signed since January? How many building permits does the department have in their possession for over 1 year? What is the number? And what is the minister doing about this? A couple of weeks ago, I think about 2 months now, the minister made public that there's bribery happening in the permits department and that he will be investigating. Has the Ministry of Justice been involved in this investigation? Does the ministry have any leads? Has anyone been suspended? Has anyone been fired? Has anyone been questioned? What is the status on this investigation? Which projects has the ministry executed outside of the road resurfacing and the side road project? The motion pertaining to zoning, pond protection, and beach policies and beach access by my person, has the ministry done anything with it since it being passed? If so, what has been done and what is slated to be done? May I have timelines? Moving on to the Ministry of Justice. How many persons are waiting to serve time? Can the minister provide a copy of the proposal from the lawyer representing the Inmates Association? What did the minister receive? When did the minister receive that information? Is there a legal basis for electronic monitoring? If no, what law is the prosecutor using, and why can't the minister use the same thing? Isn't it being funded? Isn't the funding coming out of the justice budget? How much does the government keep? How much does the government spend on an inmate per day? When the government builds a new prison, what would the cost of the country be from staff, food, electricity, and water to maintenance? The new prisons, supposedly 200 inmates, so the cost would be times that amount. Can St. Maarten carry those costs, and where would the extra cost of income come from? How much money would be made available for the rehabilitation of inmates? And lastly, not lastly, there's one thing, a conversation I had with a couple of justice workers over the weekend where, and I'm also guilty of this, where justice workers said, you know, MP, we spend so much time dealing with these inmates to get them where they are, and once they get where they are, out of the blue, they receive 10 times as much attention than we receive as justice workers. And that if we would spend just an iota of the attention that we give to inmates on the civil servants of the justice workers, being the justice workers, they might have more batches of LBAs done by now. So, with that being said, can the minister provide, I think at this point, it should be available, can the minister provide an overview of the remaining batches and when this can be expected, so with dates, timelines? Notaries. Has there ever been an assessment done on the carrying capacity of notaries on the island? What is the current status as it pertains to the workload? Are they keeping up with the demand? And how is this measured? Moving on to the Ministry of ECYS. As it pertains to the NSI, the Sports Department, and SMSF, who is responsible for policy and who is responsible for execution? The construction of the L.B. Scott Sport Auditorium. This summer, there have been a lot of events planned, scheduled, and they are prone for cancellation because of the construction of the renovations of the Elby Scott Sport Auditorium, mainly being the flooring and a cooling system. Cooling system via ways of ECYS and the Ministry of TEAT, and the flooring via means of the NRPB. What is the timeline for these projects, and are the events that are slated for the summer in jeopardy? Who maintains the playgrounds? Who maintains the playgrounds? Does this fall on the sports or the VSA budget? Recently, there has been 2.3 million invested from capital expenditure in sports investments. Are these investments insured? Because when I look at the maintenance budget from the Budget Amendment 2024 and the maintenance budget from the current budget 2025, I see no increase in that budget. So basically, since then, we've had an investment of 2.4 million, but no increase in the maintenance. So can the minister explain that correlation? Also, can I have the construction schedule for school gyms and sports facilities that are slated to be done by the NRPB? Ministry of VSA. In January, through you, Madam Chair, I gave the minister a list of revenue generating ideas. I would like to know, what has the minister done since then as it pertains to revenue generation, and which projects will be implemented moving forward to generate revenue? It's public knowledge, because the minister has admitted as such, that he hasn't fully read the SAHA. Question is, through you, Madam Chair, has the minister in the meantime read his own law? And what budgetary implications would this have on the budget moving forward? And I don't know whether to pose this question to the Minister of VSA or the Minister of AZ, but in the most recent meeting with the Minister of VSA, it was made known that the minister was having issues as it pertains to NRPB, with the communication between the ministry and NRPB as it pertains to the Mental Health Institute construction, where the NRPB told the minister very nicely, basically, speak to me through the Prime Minister. So I would like to know, has the Prime Minister made any provisions with the NRPB in order for the Minister of VSA to have a direct line of communication with them as it pertains to the Mental Health Institute project? I would also like to have the numbers as it pertains to endometriosis, PCOS, and fibroids on the island. And what provisions will the new hospital have for these? Moving on to the Department or the Ministry of TEAT, the marketplace. I would like to request the drawings and the design of the first design and the second design. So may I have the drawings for the first and second design? The evaluation committee of the marketplace, who was in it, and may I have their findings in writing? The thread, the email communication between Royal Caribbean and the ministry. Did Royal Caribbean approve the initial design? What were their feedback? I would like to have these emails. Was VROMI included in the tour for the new design? Was there a tour for the new design? And basically, did VROMI contribute to the deliverables that were placed in the tour? Which budget post paid for the new design? Was there a tender for the new design? How much did the new design cost? Who paid for the structural calculations to be done? Who paid for the soil test? How much did the soil test cost? Who's paying the vendors for damages of lost business? I would also like to have the building permit of the initial design. And I would like to know, as of today, June 9th, is the Ministry of TIAT, is the Minister through you, Madam Chair, in possession of the building permit for the new design? The topic of the day, Soul Beach. I would like to know, I think MP touched on it earlier, the report on passenger arrivals for the months April, May, and June from the years 2016, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Same goes for the report on stay-over tourists during those same time periods. I would also like to know what was the amount sponsored to regatta in 2023, 2024, and 2025. Same goes for Carnival, same goes for the Kwalichi Festival. I would like to know how much visitors did the Kwalichi Festival have in 2023 and 2024? How much was sponsored to the Sint Maarten Festival, 2023, 2024, 2025? The amount of visitors that from the SSM Festival, what were the numbers, 2023, 2024? Have all local contractors that worked with or for Soul Beach been paid? And is there a commitment, or have there been a commitment given by Soul Beach to the government about the festival returning next year? Moving on with statistics pertaining to Carnival and economical stats. What's the amount of people, or how many people come to the island for Carnival? What was the amount in 2023, 2024, and 2025? How much did the average tourist spend for Carnival during those years? Just checking. I have some more questions, Madam Chair, but I'll hold on to those until a later date. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. We continue with the speakers, the members of parliament, and the next member is MP De Wever. MP Ludmila De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to everyone here in the building, viewing online, or listening in. I'm trying to do this in order of the ministries, actually. So I will start with the Ministry of Finance. And the way that I've actually compiled my questions for the minister has been, it's actually probably harder for people to understand it because I actually put down the page numbers on it. So I will try my best to make it a little comprehensible for some people that are listening in or tuned in. If I review the amounts in the kapitaaldienstuitgaven, it's very easy to look at the specification that is done on page 40 and compare it to a detailed listing that comes up from page 45 later on. But what I am trying to figure out is, let me just go to it so that I can actually talk through it a little bit easier. So between page 40 and page 43, we have a kapitaaldienst overview between 23, 24, 25, and then the differences between the last years. And when we're looking at that amount, we can trace it to the additional information that they have, which is a toelichting of the kapitaaldienst, which is available on page 44 to 45. So normally when I go through, I can trace it to the detail, about a detailed listing in the next section. And everything matches except for ECYS, which is, when I look at the total on page 41, it's 12,848,186. And then when I look at the amount for, on page 45, it's 7,568,186. This is easier to understand in my questions. The entire question has been asked now. It is split up between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of ECYS. But I do have just an overall question for the Minister of Finance, because I know that we are doing a transition to make this whole document very easy for us to use, right? To be able to go through it and follow everything easily. So I just want to understand in this kapitaaldienst, the first section and then the toelichting, what can we expect in the future for any changes in this amount? Because like I explained, all I do is I go through, I trace. If I don't trace it anymore, I just want to understand how to move through that document right now and then going forward. Because then that means that will probably provide me the answer and cover the Ministry of ECYS as well for it. I also go on to explain to the Ministry of Finance if they can explain the difference between page 42, where the difference, the overall difference on the entire table of the kapitaaldienst is 61,725,230. What the difference of that is when I go to the toelichting page of showing a difference of 58,710,622. Again, I know this is not very easy for others to understand, so you have to kind of be in the document to get it, but then it'll help me comprehend the accuracy of the report. So here it's the difference of 58 million on page 45 versus the difference of 61.8 million on page 43. It's also in the list of questions I will be sending on to the Council of Ministers. Also, I believe that the Minister of Finance can answer this for the rest of the ministries. Nevertheless, this question is also there for the rest of the ministries. There's another specification, another breakdown of personnel expenses, which I mean, people will probably be like, she's bringing that up again from last year's budget debate of the 2024 budget. I just want to understand if when I'm reviewing this breakdown of salaries per ministry, they do refer to some to the number of staff. I just want to know if when I'm looking at the breakdown on pages 51 to 60, if I am supposed to be able to trace those back to the gewone dienstuitgaven in the beginning of the budget, which is pages 1 through 39. Again, that is applicable for every ministry, because as I go and I start to trace, some work, some don't, maybe I'm missing something. Regarding the presentation from the Minister of Finance, I didn't really understand the explanation given on the difference noted for, I believe, the ECYS. The minister mentioned something about being budget neutral, but I just needed to get a more detailed explanation, because I did go through the PowerPoint presentation, but it wasn't really there to understand why the differences of what should have been 20,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, how that works out in the end. But I do, because the minister knows, again, the findings that I saw when we were reviewing all of the versions of the budget, but I just wanted to understand the explanation where the minister referred to something as being budget neutral. The previous speaker also brought up a finding that I saw in January, which was related to the properties, the rental properties, the overheidsgebouwen. And I want to make a note, so I thank the MP for noticing that, but I want to also clarify one point. In the original version of the budget 2025, I noticed that the Sint Maarten Tourism Bureau was missing from the list of all the rental properties. But that was corrected in the version that we got of the budget, which is referred to as IS 666. And in that version, I remember, I do not have it here printed, but I remember that the Sint Maarten Tourism Office, the address was corrected to 28 Front Street, and a different amount was indeed listed there. But now when we go back to this new version of the budget, it may have been just, overlooked. So now the old address is back in, but I also have specified in my questions here for the Ministry of AZ, as the responsibility of the rental properties comes under AZ, and then tussen haakjes, in parentheses, I have TEAT. And I said that the list of rental properties is still incorrect for Taurus Office Front Street and Econ Office space across what is now Fairway Market in Point Blanche, that the eigenaar or the landlord is wrong. There is supposed to be use of a building TEAT across Fairway Market. There is supposed to be use of a building on Front Street, which is the Sint Maarten Tourism Bureau. And there is also, in the same ministry, the use of the BTP building. But because the BTP building, I believe it's owned by government, so that's why I don't expect to see it in the list. So I just want to make sure that when the correction is being done again, that just the address is not simply changed, that they actually separate who is still in the building across Fairway Market and who is in the building in Front Street, Sint Maarten Bureau. And then, of course, then we just mentally make a note that there's also part of the inspectorate or TEA departments also in the BTP building, I believe. So I've specified which ministries should look into it. And I also gave the minister the references to the documents where we have the errors, which is IS 666 again and IS 1093. And that is it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Ludmila de Wever. At this point, I wish to note that I don't have any indication of other members of Parliament who wish to speak in this round, for the lack of a better word, because we don't really use rounds as Central Committee, although the request is that we get as many as our questions in for all of the ministers at this point. And I guess no member is going to make use of the opportunity, and that would mean that the ministers would be asked to come back and yeah, I see MP York, so I'll just finish my sentence. That would have meant that the ministers would have been asked to come back and reply to the members of Parliament, and at the same time, I would have asked or reminded the members of Parliament to please submit the questions in writing so that they can be part of the report. But I do have MP York, and MP York, am I to understand that you wish to speak again? Yes, the MP wishes to add to his questions already posed, and given that this is the start of these deliberations, I will allow the MP, for completeness sake, to add whatever questions he has. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stopped briefly because I lost track of the time, so hence why I'm starting back now. I understood that I still have ample time, so I'll be making use of that. Coming back to the Minister of AZ. Minister, as you remember, if you can remember, in 2018, there was a big fiasco as it pertains to insurance. The government had underinsured its buildings and properties and got an insufficient amount of funds for hurricane damage, and where basically several schools weren't even covered. So moving on, to avoid this, the double check. There was much commotion based around the insurance of properties. Has this payment been made? Also, as it pertains to the policies from the companies, what exactly are the properties insured for? What are the amounts? What were the appraisals? And what is the status as it pertains to the own risk, eigen risico? Can the PM give a full account pertaining to all things insurance? Moving on to the Ministry of Vromi, seeing that the hurricane season is pending, are the storm water pumps operational, and if yes, what's their capacity? When will the storm water pumps be installed, which have been lingering for years, and who has that responsibility? NRPB, or government? Is there a calamity posed for government to tap into for disaster relief for residents with regards to food, water, and building materials? If yes, where exactly is that budgeted? Seeing the time frame we have gone through with the landfill, to still have it not yet reprofiled, and the Irma landfill still not removed, the simple question is, are we ready for another wave of debris if a serious hurricane hits the island at the landfill? If no, what is the suggested solution, and what is the price tag for this solution? Has the government regulated food storage with the various food suppliers on the island? And what is the cost for such? Will there be a control team put in place to prevent price gouging? This falls under the Ministry of TEAT. Safety of the country prior, during, and after the storm or disaster is needed. Do we have the reserves to pay for said security when it comes to police officers from other countries, or will this be covered by a third party? If not, how much is budgeted for such? And lastly, the country has insured itself for disasters through the Caribbean-led insurance, basically CRIF fund. For how much exactly, and what are the terms to receive such funds? Are those funds part of the government disaster calamity fund? For CapEx, for the Ministry of TEAT, there's mention of a beautification project of Phillipsburg. Recently, the minister held a town hall on the matter, and where I understood that the bricks were being evaluated on whether to keep them or replace them with asphalt. So I don't know if this falls under the purview of the Phillipsburg beautification project that falls under the Ministry of TEAT, or does this specific part fall under the Ministry of VROMI? Because I would like to know who will be paying, seeing that the minister did say that drainage will be tackled, and I didn't see anything of the sort as it pertains to VROMI in the budget. So I would like to know, does this fall under the Ministry of VROMI as it pertains to payment, or does it fall under the Ministry of TEAT, and where can this be found in the Ministry of VROMI, if it does fall under VROMI? As well, a beautification project in town, but nothing was made mention of the monuments in town. 60% of the monument list can be located in the Phillipsburg area, and nothing of the sort was mentioned in the presentation for the Phillipsburg beautification project. I don't know if this was intentional. I don't know if this still is pending. I would like to know what role do the monuments play in the Phillipsburg beautification project. As well, the Clem Labega Square is slated to be funded and getting a facelift by the Windward Island Bank. Seeing that there's still not any plan for the location of the old government building, the Clem Labega Square goes hand in hand with that, as I would think, as it pertains to a master plan. So before monies are spent on the revitalization of the Clem Labega Square, I would hope that a more holistic plan is already known on what will be done to the property directly across the road from it. So if we're spending money on revitalizing a particular area, I would hope that it's a more sustainable idea where, depending on the plan that comes later for that location where the prior government building resides, that we won't have wasted money spent, because the Clem Labega Square would have a different use. So what is the plan for the location where the old government building resided, and how does that correlate with the construction and the revitalization ideas for the Clem Labega Square? Getting back to Carnival, how do we quantify the merit and investment and economical gain of Carnival? How is that quantified? Because I understood that the incidental subsidy for Soul Beach was basically decided based on merit and investment for economical gain. So I would like to know, how is the merit and investment economical gain of Carnival quantified? One moment. And last question for the Prime Minister himself. Tender procurement law moving forward for the country. What is the status on that? Is one being made? Because there was a lot of commotion as it pertains to the international bids, and that was done because Sint Maarten, I was told, because Sint Maarten doesn't have its own tender procurement law. So I would like to know, what is the ministry doing on the matter? And I said lastly, but I can't hold myself to that one. The function book for the firefighters, what is the status on that? How far is it? What is the hold-up? And when can they expect it to be completed? And that would be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York, for those additional questions. And I now give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good evening, afternoon, Madam President, Khifir, members of Parliament, to the Honourable Prime Minister and his support staff, the Honourable Minister of Finance and her support staff, those in the Tribune and the viewing public. Through you, Madam Chair, Parliament had a little exercise that I'm pretty sure the Minister more than likely is aware of, since I saw the presentation reflected the concerns of the members of Parliament. So I appreciate that those concerns were put in the presentation regarding the amendments, Raven Avis, et cetera, But continuing with the assignment from Parliament, which was basically to check to see if the budget was the same or had errors, etc. From my view, there were still errors mentioned. If I look at the toelichting book, I don't always say that in English. If you look at page 7, in the multi-year budget overview, you see a discrepancy in the calculation for the year 2025. If you look at the revenues, which are listed as barter, you see it's listed at 586 million, and expenditures, the last are at 577. This is a difference of 9 million, but the table incorrectly states that it's 8 million. So the total result and the overhead, and the toelichting book is at 8, but it's supposed to be 9. And you could just correct me if I'm wrong. And the table summarizing the revenues in the economic category is also an error there. So if you look at the sum, it should be 609 million guilders, so 485 plus the 23 plus the 58 plus the 43, which would then bring the total overhead to 619, but it's listed at 608. If you look at the next one, 2027, the sum should be 625, which would be the 499 plus the 23 plus the 60 plus the 40. But again, the total overhead, it states it at 624 million. If you look at page 9 in the economic category, where they mention it, hold on, is that one? Yeah. If you look at page 9, the tax revenues, it mentions Belastingen zonder nieuw beleid from the previous year. And you also mentioned that the growth is anticipated through the 3% GDP. For 2028, there should be 481 plus 15, which is then 496 million, but in the table it stated incorrectly again at 495 million. So I don't know, is so much of these things off by 1 million guilders, which is, it's not $1, it's like 1 million guilders, it's totally off. You look at page 13, there's also an error there by the personnel, yes, the personnel. Goederendiensten, afschrijvingen, sociale voorzieningen. If you look at that, you'll see 612 million guilders, and that should be, 612, but it's listed at 611. So that would be the 266 plus the 155 plus the 60 million, plus the 40 million, plus the 119, plus the 26. And then the total overhead then would be 612 and not 611. If you look at the liquidity prognose, the cash flow table is also wrong. The total sum should be 651 million guilders, but it's listed at 652. If you look at the eindsaldo vrije liquiditeit, 2025, the closing balance is 22 million, but it should be 22 million. If you look at the, it's just the whole toelichting, I will just continue going through them down. If you look at on page 20, if you look at the Bayway, it is 551 million. So it should be 551 million. So 426 plus 21 plus 58 plus 46. But the table shows it at 550 million guilders. Page 25, material costa. There's a difference between the OBE, the 325 million, and the Bayway at 311. And then on I'm missing this page. Okay, but then also on page 35, the document also mentions the wage standard ratio, so basically the resistance ratio. And in the toelichting book, they calculated it by doing the available resistance, so 50 million guilders, divided by the required resistance, which then was a result of 0.96. And then the toelichting book mentions that it says exactly, it says ruim voldoende, in English, is more than sufficient, but I would believe, or based on my knowledge, it has to be above 1.0. So anything below 1 would then represent that we don't have enough capacity. So then I would say then the toelichting book is giving a false indication of our capacity, and it misrepresents our financial vulnerability. So I think all of that also has to be adjusted, because again, anything below 1 is too low. And our own calculation, toelichting book, is at 0.96. And then by the investments, it's listed in the column to be 28,336,000 guilders. And then in the bottom, it incorrectly states it at 22 million guilders, 22,080,000. So it's off by almost 6.2 million guilders. So that's a significant difference in the capital expenditure budget. So that was an assignment that we had, and I didn't get to finish it, but I'll submit it here. Continuing with my questions. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, her opinion, or where she puts or values the weight of advice from SG, advice from department heads, advice from your legal advisor in your cabinet, advice from your chief of staff. So how do you look at the weight of the advice from legal advisor, chief of staff, SG, department head, section head? How do you look at the weight of the advice of legal affairs, SG, TIAT, department heads from TIAT? And how do you view external advice? So you advice from NRPB, advice from external consultants, advice from external legal. Through you, Madam Chair, the minister mentioned in her presentation that one of the reasons why we have the budget that we have today is because the members of parliament indicated that we want to have the budget here as fast as possible. That may be true, but the members of parliament, for sure not the three of us in front here, never said not to execute it the proper way. Because the minister indicated herself prior to this that, well, actually the letter of March 3rd, 2025, the minister sent it, was it the minister or the prime minister? Yes, this is the Minister of Finance, mentioned that in conjunction with the National Accountability Ordinance and our Constitution, that she wishes to inform us, the Parliament, the following: of the incidental subsidy for Carnival at 600,000 guilders. And the fact that we have to do a budget amendment, or that the budget that was coming would include this. So the National Accountability Ordinance and our Constitution, the heaviness, the weight. I've not heard any member of parliament say not to bring the budget, including these items. I've not heard that. Because now, the urgency that we had in March is 3 months late. So what happens now to Carnival, among others? So not only Carnival, among others. I'd like to ask the minister, in one of your prior responses from questions from the National Alliance, we asked in particular for all of the payments above 50,000 guilders. In the response, the minister said that this can be done and will be done and sent to us in a confidential route. Now we're here weeks later in a budget debate. I'll ask again, before we continue onward to the public meeting, the OVA, if this can be done and this can be sent to us. Because that would mean that not just Carnival has to be fixed, but then a lot more other items that were paid without a ratified budget will also have to continue to be put in this budget. And it's very difficult for me to hear ministers, Minister of Justice mentioned, oh, we can't pay the officers because we have to follow the rule of law. We can't pay teachers because we have to follow the rule of law. But it's so convenient that we could pay other items, Soul Beach and a lot, Soul Beach, and former staff of cabinets that were not part of the budget either. So I want that answer also. Minister, were staff, were individuals that ran on your party paid out without a legal basis? No ratified budget, they were not budgeted, were they paid? And again, that would mean that all this has to be fixed. And that would mean, in my opinion, it'd be very irresponsible of us as a parliament to continue without ensuring that these things are rectified. Through you, Madam Chair, we recently had another meeting where we posed a lot of questions regarding Soul Beach. I was expecting that before we get a budget meeting, that those questions or answers will be sent, because now you see today again, we're doubling up again on all these Soul Beach questions. So again, we have to ask these questions. Soul Beach, and we also see the public opinion about it also because of the lack of clarity regarding Soul Beach. And I want to make it very clear. I'm happy if we could provide new avenues of extending the low season. I'm very happy for that. What I'm not happy about is the unfair treatment for other local entities that also and have proven events to extend the low season, like the Walichi Festival that MPR mentioned in the past, that has been canceled this year because of lack of support. And when I asked them, they say I needed 5% or 10% of what Soul Beach was granted. St. Maarten Music Festival with guaranteed individuals that's significantly less than Soul Beach in terms of sponsorship or support, brings more people on Soul Beach, also gets chopped in half by the current administration. So let's go through this process again. Did Soul Beach, the entity, the LLC, the American company, did Soul Beach, the entity, request subsidy? Did Soul Beach, the entity, request subsidy? Because according to the subsidy ordinance, the entity has to request subsidy. So did Soul Beach do that? Is it, and this question is posed to the Minister of Finance, I'll be very clear on that. Is Soul Beach, the entity, a foundation? What does the law, what does the subsidy ordinance say specifically about the entities that are allowed to request subsidy? Does it also mention in that same ordinance that the entities have to be non-profit? Does it mention that? Has the government denied other local entities outside of foundations any subsidy requests stating that we do not subsidize businesses? Has the government last year, the year before, but in the last decade, and again, the businesses are listening in, has the government denied any business, NV, BV, sole proprietor, Ayman Zak, or even foundation, because of the business aspect of it, request for subsidy because of the subsidy ordinance, including those that fall under ECYS, requests that fall under ECYS? Now, there's a lot of talk about how many individuals Soul Beach attracted, 2,500, here MP, who said 20,000, some say 900. I think this is the easy, very, very easy math to solve, because according to the Minister of Finance, the Madam Chair, the minister, when posed a question prior, did Soul Beach get or receive any tax holiday? One. Did Soul Beach, it was no. Did Soul Beach request or get any tax exemptions? The answer was yes, they requested. At that time, the minister, I think during budget debate, said no, it would not be granted. Recently, the minister said it has not been granted. Did Soul Beach request then for also, I think MP York asked that, only online tax exemption? So did Soul Beach request only for an online tax exemption? And was that granted? No. It's very easy now to solve the numbers game on how much people came to Soul Beach. Because all we have to do now is find out how much taxes does Soul Beach pay on every ticket. That's it. It's very easy. No more arguments. I don't want to have any arguments anymore. Anybody on 25, 1,900, whatever. All we need now is how much of them paid VIP, because VIP was a different price. That's 5% on VIP tickets and 5% on the regular tickets. So all the different tiers of tickets, can we get the final number? The event is already done. I'm assuming they already started to pay the taxes, right? So can we get the final number before the public meeting on the amount of taxes we've earned based on the TOT and every ticket? Because it's very unfair when Carnival, I mean, back in the days, as a matter of fact, tax office used to set a person in the booth, at the gate to collect the taxes. So I think it would be very unfair to be able to treat our own any differently than the outside entity that shouldn't even have gotten the subsidy in the first place. Question, again, clarity. What is the total amount provided by given to Soul Beach? So what is government's contribution? What is finance contribution? I even heard GB, so you can correct me wrong. Did GB contribute? Did Telem contribute? Did the airport contribute? Did the harbor contribute? What is the total contribution by government and the government-owned entities to Soul Beach? Because I'm pretty sure that had to be an advice. So in December, the question was asked, or January, the prior budget, the question was asked, did Soul Beach request government to pay for venues, etc.? Because the question was, how come Carnival has to pay for their venues, but now Soul Beach gets venue exemptions? So the question now is, did Soul Beach request venue exemptions or venues to be paid by the government? Good. Did Soul Beach, and I asked this specifically back in January, I believe, or it was me or NPR, did Soul Beach request specifically to have officers and or security extra for their events? It was stated in January, that's a no, or the minister is not aware of that. We are 5 months down the line. My new question would be, did the government request any additional officers to come in from Aruba or Curacao to help with Soul Beach? Did the government request any officers from Aruba or Curacao to help with Soul Beach? What is the cost of that request? What is the cost of that request? Which line items were used? So how was it built up? How much was the total cost, and where did the budget post come from? Because again, we can't say we don't have money, especially not for the justice workers, but then we put the extra burden on them to work for Soul Beach, and then for the other areas, we don't have money. So we don't follow legal basis, so we find, again, additional money to bring in officers specifically for Soul Beach. So again, and let me ask a learning question. What's the difference between an L-Bay, a Landsverordening, and an M-Bay? What's the difference? And which one of those two are used? So when do we use an L-Bay, and when do we use an M-Bay? And which one of those two were used to pay for the officers from Soul Beach? And the decree, can the decree be sent to Parliament? So the decree for Soul Beach officers, can that be sent to Parliament, please? And again, Minister, those questions were in particular to you, not the Minister of TIAT, not any other minister, the Minister of Finance. I would like your answers because it had to be paid out by the Ministry of Finance. Prior, it was stated, oh, that's another thing. Prior, it was stated in a previous meeting that the departments within finance were not consulted for an advice of $500,000. So, Minister, I'd like to confirm that again. The Ministry of Finance was not consulted, so departments, SG, was not consulted on a project, an assignment, a subsidy, a LBA, an MBA over $500,000. Were you included? So Minister, did you approve it then? So if the other departments didn't approve it, at least did you approve it then? And if not, my question would then be, who is the actor? I don't know who is acting of which one. Who is the acting Minister of Finance? Who is the acting Minister of Finance? And the reason why I'm asking some of these questions, because we have a habit, and I'll bring this up in a maybe even a next meeting at OVE, or when we get a little more, when we get responses. It's very convenient of members of parliament to use the word integrity, and we have to follow the law, and it's not according to the law, we have to follow the law. But then, like, it's silent when it comes to breaking every other law because of the people of the current administration. So it's okay to break a law. It's okay that we can't deal with referendum because it didn't follow the right procedures in the law, right? But every other law, they mentioned the National Accountability Ordinance, our Constitution, the Subsidy Ordinance, every other single law, we're silent and we're okay with it happening that way. Interesting. Minister, to you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Minister, is the Soul Beach event, or was it a joint collaboration with the Ministry of Finance? I understood from the Minister previously that the Ministry of Finance contributed a certain amount of money. So is this a joint event, and how much money was contributed? And Minister, to you, Madam Chair, the Minister in the press briefing, after the fact of Soul Beach being announced, the Minister herself said, based on what happened in Aruba, that the ministry is going to do research on why they left Aruba and the value for St. Maarten. In the press briefing that was stated. So I'd like to follow up. If the minister did the research, and what was the results of this research? I mentioned some of the requests that came out from different individuals and ministers and media, but I would like to know the final tally of all the requests from Soul Beach, the entity, all their requests. So they requested different items. I would like a list of everything that they requested from government. The Minister of TET mentioned that they requested 180 rooms, right? So was that granted, even though it was private sector, was that granted? So the total list of requirements can be gathered as a body of parliament. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister to provide the travel expenses, the total spent of the last 6 months on travel per minister and the cabinet. So the board items per minister, per cabinet. And if any has gone over the budget. And if it has gone over the budget, what amendments were made to supplement this? And if amendments were made to supplement the travel of cabinet and minister, which line items were used? So which departments were affected by the travel of cabinet and ministers? Can we get a total amount of consultants per cabinet? So marketing, PR, legal, everything. Total amount of consultants per cabinet and minister, because we know both, it could be on both areas. And the budget post amounts per, and the total value of those contracts. Through you, Madam Chair, in a press release, the Honorable Prime Minister, Luc Mercelina, mentioned in a press release, basically chastising the former Prime Minister Sylvia Jacobs about comments that were made seemingly on social media. And the Prime Minister mentioned some key things. The Minister mentioned the betrayal of the oath, ethically problematic, and legally reckless. So betrayal of oath, ethically problematic, and legally reckless. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, does she believe that the government or the Minister of TIAT betrayed her oath, acted ethically problematic, or legally reckless? Because if Citizen Jacobs on regular old social media could have her personal views and those are the statements made to her, then we have to have more accountability for the people sitting in the House. We have to have more accountability and wait for the ones making the decisions. So I have to ask, again, were the decisions made to take out more than $500,000 out of our treasury? Now, that's the other thing I want to ask. How was that done? So it didn't go through finance, so did a letter go? So how did this transfer happen if it didn't follow the right procedures? Because anything above 50,000 guilders needs to have a LB or procurement process. It didn't go through that, it's stated subsidy. So how was that legally possible? Because in my view, the words of the Prime Minister weighs a lot here. I do believe then that was legally reckless. And continuing with the lines of legally reckless, integrity, ethically problematic, etc., I will now come to statements made about my person. Through you, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister stated that I incorrectly made allegations and it does not reflect the facts regarding the government about being up to date with insurance payments. But I do realize there were no follow-up statements after my second article, so I guess someone probably updated the Prime Minister, but just for clarity's sake, because I'd like to clear my name on the floor of Parliament. So the Prime Minister also mentioned that, yes, the insurance was approved by the Council of Ministers in December. That was not my argument. My argument was, you could approve anything you want in COM, yes, but my argument was, pay your bills beyond June 1st, the height of the hurricane season, I think is important. You don't want the insurance company out there complaining they ain't getting money, right? We've seen what happened to Hurricane Lewis, we've seen what happened to Hurricane Irma. So now my question is now, when was the payment made for, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Finance, when was the payment made for the insurance company that was approved in December? So it was approved in December. When was the payment made for the insurance company? How much is the cost of the premium? Secondly, is there LB or MB attached to this payment? So if it's an LB, did the governor sign? If it's an MB, did the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister sign? Which one was it? And when did those individuals sign? When did those individuals sign? As a matter of fact, can a copy of the decree, that's all for public knowledge, can a copy of any one of those decrees be sent to Parliament before the public meeting? So the decree for the insurance, can it be sent to Parliament before the public meeting? Madam Chair, in the presentation from the Minister, like I said, I appreciated the fact that a lot of the concerns that were sent from Parliament were addressed. And I see that in June, the CFT also released their advice on the uitvoeringsrapportage for, I believe, Q4. The government, in their presentation, showed the actuals versus the budget Q1. So I would like to ask the government for the actuals up to this point. So we had the first, I'd like the actuals up until this point. In addition to that, where are we then with the uitvoeringsrapportage eerste kwartaal? So if we have the actuals already, so where are we then? Because that's what I want to see. I would like to see the whole report, because we're already 3 months late, but we have the actuals. So I'm assuming that that means that the report is basically done or is done. So can we get the report? Can we get the draft report? Can we see the actuals for ourselves? And I would like to see the actuals up until this point. And during that presentation, it painted a very nice picture in terms of if we at, I believe it was at least 20 million dollars more than, the actuals were 20 million dollars more than budgeting, which would then paint a very nice liquidity picture. And what I fear is that the picture that we are painting does not align with the picture of the comments we hear from administration over and over and over. We had the Minister of Rummy in here. The Minister said we can't execute because we don't have money. The Minister of Justice was inside of here. Said we can't execute because we don't have money. So what is it? The Minister of TI mentions liquidity and money. So if we are doing way above average for the first quarter, why do we keep telling the vendors that we have liquidity issues? I would like to know the liquidity position of government. Matter of fact, I believe when I was there, the Parliament, and a lot of ones who sitting on the other side now, requested every month for the liquidity to be sent to Parliament. So maybe we have to instate that again. Can we have the liquidity position of government today? Can we have the liquidity position of government in January, in March, and of November last year? Those 4. Pertaining to CapEx, how is CapEx supposed to be used? How do we spend CapEx money? When we look at the advice on CFT's concern is that the government has $100 million and it's not able to spend the money fast enough. So why is that? Why is government not spending the money that is there already? And how is CapEx used? So when is government allowed to touch CapEx money? How is it used? And what is the interest on the CapEx loans? What is the interest on the CapEx loans? I would also like the CapEx positions of the last 3 months. So CapEx amount on the budget, on the account of the last 3 months. Itemized, not the total. So 3 months ago what it was, 2 months ago what it was, and the last month what it was. And just for clarity, all of the road projects now done under VROMI, is that being done under the CapEx, or is that being done also out of the gewone dienst? So is that the money of the prior administration that's fixing the roads, the prior road plan of the former Minister of VROMI, so CapEx 2023, 2024, or is that the gewone dienst money being used? And when we look at the presentation from the minister, we see that a significant amount of revenue is being generated from taxes, but in English, the vergunningen is about half. So every other area in government besides finance, so finance is producing the majority of money, taxes are doing well, but all of the other areas are lagging behind. So if government, again, is complaining that they don't have money, so why are we not collecting from the ones that we need to collect from? And now move on to some questions to the Prime Minister. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is the big law being done by AZ? So the big law that's typically being worked on, and I know it's also being worked on by the former Minister, Omar Atli. is the big law being worked on by AZET? And if so, why is it being done by the Ministry of General Affairs and not the Ministry of VSR? So why is the big law not being done by the relevant minister? Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I'll make it clear. I have one question to the Minister of Finance and probably Prime Minister also. Can we have all of the financial statements of all the government-owned companies, and how updated are they? So how updated are we with the financial statements of the government-owned companies? And can all of them be submitted to Parliament, including the financial of SOG? The Ministry of Justice, I understood earlier today that the inmates want an injunction or a court case, let me put it that way, and have to be placed back in Point Blanche and not be scattered all over the place. Is this true? How much time do we have left, or do you have left as a government? What is the cost, and how does the minister plan to address this? So what's the cost now to put all the prisoners back to Point Blanche? And how does the minister plan to address this? What is the total cost for the prison repair, the prison fire repair, and how far is the government with the repair? And what is the current timeline? Where are the funds coming from for the repairs? Which line item? And I'll leave it here, Madam Chair, and look forward to these answers. And I'll pose the rest of my questions at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irian. I now continue and I give the floor to MP Janssen Webster. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairlady, and good evening. Good evening to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, their support staff, my colleagues in Parliament, viewers in the Tribune, and those following us online. For the Minister of Finance, first of all, let me commend you for your presentation in Parliament today, and in particular, your presentation of the budget versus actuals of Q1 from 2025. This gives a better understanding of how realistic the budget is. We could see there, for instance, that the revenues for permits for Groningen has not met expectations, 6 million expected and only 2.9 million generated. I will ask a question about that later down. But during the handling of the last 2025 budget, I asked about the preparation of the financial statements, and in particular the 2022 and 2023 financial statements. So I now ask, were these financial statements completed? And if not, when do you anticipate that you will complete them? And when do you expect to complete the 2024 financial statement, which would be due in September? So with all of the dates that have been pushed back with approvals of the budgets and the amendments, what are the dates for 2022, 2023, 2024 financial statements for government? And then I would like to draw your attention to page 60 of the budget with the FTEs and vacancies overview, vacatures and need begroting vacatures. Those two columns, I think that they are switched, or if you could just give attention to that table on page 60 in the budget. Moving on to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I would like to echo sentiments of other colleagues regarding GEBE and what is currently going on. There are a lot of issues with elderly being disconnected. And as I sit here today, I receive a distressing phone call again from elderly individuals who were just cut, and seeing the high cost of living, they cannot pay the outstanding, and they cannot even pay enough to get a payment plan. It's a very difficult situation, and because of my history with GB, I try to mediate and help people when they reach out to me, but I have been noticing recently that even people who are trying to help within GB are having difficulty helping now with some of these cases. So it made me think of a proposal that I once did about adjusting the 8.5% that is built in the fuel class for the net losses. I know, or I estimate, because I know that measures that were taken during my tenure, so I estimate that there is room in that 8.5% that can be significantly reduced in the fuel clause, and we can make a big difference for households. I know that this has been asked already of GB. There is a new management now. I think that government should ask again and see that we go after this 8.5% and see that it can be reduced to a more acceptable amount, so that it can reduce the fuel clause overall. And I draw your attention, Prime Minister, to a well-formulated article in the People's Tribune by Mr. Boncampo, where he mentions this same percentage as well. And he also mentions some other variables, one of which is the subsidy which is now given to the production company. However, I must say that if we take away that subsidy, you still will have to pay for the water, which means the consumer's water rate will go up. So I don't think that one will have the effect. However, the 8.5% net losses, which net losses are the electricity that leaves the plant. Let's say 100 kilowatt leaves the plant, only, it is estimated here that only 91.5 reaches. And I am saying that more than 91.5 reaches the households, so the net losses are less, and people are paying for that. But we could reduce the bills if we fix that in the fuel clause, if GB fixes that in the fuel clause. So please bring that forward to them again. And I will continue to mention it and continue to ask them to do that, because I know that's something that they can do. They just have to have the will. And moving on to the Minister of Romy, I wanted to congratulate the Minister of Romy for the work that has been done on the roads. I think everyone in St. Maarten can see our roads. We drive on our roads. We can see the difference. I think the road paint wasn't successful everywhere. We need to work on that. And I'm only hoping now that we can also get garbage under control. And so I would like to ask, when will the current garbage contracts come to an end? And does the minister intend to do the new tender in-house, or will he hire a firm to do the tender? Because it's very important for the cleanliness of St. Maarten overall. Then on to justice. I asked during the other meeting, the other budget debate about Asikura. I know that it has been put as one of the amendments on the budget. I just wanted to know, how is the preparation coming along? Because we are already in June, and so when the budget is approved, are we ready to go with Asikura? Or are we going to say that it has to be postponed? Very important to know that if it could start this year as projected and as budgeted. Then for VSR, when will the general health insurance be instituted? SZV is waiting on it. CFT mentioned it. And as long as we do not have GHI, we continue to run liabilities. That is my opinion. When I left the ministry, we were on schedule to start GHI on January 1st, 2026. But in a recent meeting in Parliament, I heard mention that this will not be the start date anymore. And so I'm asking, when is now the new start date, and how did that extension come about? Did the SK of VSR advise the Minister of VSR to start in January 2026 or 27, when? And did the department head advise the minister, or is this postponement based on the minister's own assessment or that of his cabinet? For TIAT, coming back to what I noticed in the Q1 budget versus actuals, the reckoning and the permits. And so I wanted to ask TIAT specifically about the TIAT permits. If they too, you see less generated than what was projected to be generated in revenue for permits, and if so, why was that? Is it because of backlogs, or if it is that there were cancellation of businesses? So those are the few questions that I have. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. I now give the floor to MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor, and just as a notification following MP Roseberg questions, we will adjourn for supper and for about maybe half an hour, and we come back and hopefully can finalize the questions to the ministers this evening. So, but MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed evening to everyone present here today, Prime Minister and his support staff, Minister of Finance and the support staff, the ones who are still in the tribune here at night, my honorable colleagues, and the ones listening online. I have a few questions. They are pretty straightforward, so I will start with my first question directed to the Prime Minister, to you, Madam Chair. It has been said already by my colleagues, but I would like to mention it as well, just to add to it and the importance of it, seeing that in the past I have spoken about it as well in regards to GEBE. It is a burden on our society, so by not mentioning it, it would be not the way to go about it. But not only mentioning it, more giving the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the opportunity to enlighten us all, literally, to know, okay, currently in regards to the building crisis and what is currently being done and where are we, because a lot have been said, a lot is being said, but I think the proper channel is for the Prime Minister given the opportunity to provide us also what has been brought forward here today. Will we soon be able to see the light? So that is what I would like to know in regards to the GB related matters. I will go on to my second question for the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. My colleague MP York mentioned it already in regards to the sexual harassment cases. Seeing when this matter was highlighted, I made it a matter as well to get clarity on that, and I would like to know if there is a sexual harassment policy other than the policy that currently is in place in regards to the Civil Servants Code. If not, is the ministry looking into making such a policy specifically in regards to sexual harassment? That being said, my last question for the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. There was a motion passed in January in regards to legislative lawyers. An update was supposed to be given in 6 months. Seeing that we're approaching the 6 months mark, I would like to give the Prime Minister, through you, the possibility to update the members of Parliament how we're standing with that motion. I will now go over to the questions for Justice. Through you, Madam Chair. There was a motion passed as well in October 2024 in regards to the crime fund, where the minister, that was a previous minister, was urged to comply with the Crime Prevention Funds Ordinance and develop a comprehensive crime prevention policy for St. Maarten. I'm bringing this forward here today because I heard some of my colleagues talking about the crime fund, and knowing that I have been very active talking about the crime fund and also wanting to make sure that that crime fund can be used in the proper way through the proper legislation. This motion was passed in October 2024. So I would like to know, seeing that in that motion there were several key pointers mentioned, and also the strategic approach to combat the rise in crime and to ensure public safety. And seeing that that was passed in October 2024, and seeing that what is currently happening in regards to the crime and continues to happen also after the round table that we had, I do believe that it's important to know where we currently are with this policy, seeing that during the January budget, the current minister mentioned that the ministry is working hard on the policy and didn't want to submit a policy for submitting sake. That a new policy will be submitted for the budget amendment. Seeing that we are currently here now, I would like to know where we are with this policy and if this policy can be submitted shortly, and if so, when, seeing that it's obligated by law. I continue. Second question for the Ministry of Justice. Recently, the ministry was in Parliament, was during the urgent meeting that was requested by my colleagues. And in that meeting, the ministry made it clear that there is a policy plan being developed in regards to the ankle bracelet. I, during that meeting, also mentioned to sit with specialists, Attorney Pepe Souveran, for example, in regards to this policy. Seeing that this policy is active in Curaçao since 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to know what the update is on this policy, seeing that it was said that it was being developed. So if that can be, if Parliament can receive an update of such, seeing that that is the only option available, but correct me if I'm wrong, to tackle the current human rights violations that are currently taking place. Other than that, my colleagues ask a lot of questions in regards to the recent matters at hand, in regards to court cases that took place, and in regards to the transfer of persons. I will await those answers, but I would like to look at it from a broader perspective, especially seeing the recent report that was brought out by the Law Enforcement Council, dated June 6, 2025. My question is if the ministry will take the advice of the council and invoke Article 32 of the Kingdom Act of the Enforcement Council. That is my specific question in regards to that. And once I receive the other answers, and I will see how I will move forward in regards to my justice-related questions. I will now go over to the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, through you, Madam Chair. Recently, I was once again contacted by several parents of students in regards to being discriminated because of their hair, and it was very troubling to hear that that's still happening. I know it has the ministry's attention. Also, in regards to that, there was a motion passed in January, and I would like to know if the ministry can provide us with an update in how it's going to tackle this matter as well in regards to hair discrimination within the schools. I now go over to the Ministry of VSA. I also find it nice to see that there's a mental health campaign going on. It's good to ask the question, if you're good, because often we forget to ask each other that question. I'm also happy to see that the help desk is still operational, and I cannot wait to see when there will be next lectures taking place that can benefit the community of Sint Maarten. Also, for the Ministry of VSA, there was a motion passed in January in regards to the mental health policy, and I would like to know, seeing that also there was a 6-month mark on that, how we are standing, and if that policy is already in effect. I can remember last time when the minister was here, it was mentioned through you, Madam Chair, that it's almost finalized. So I would like to know where we're standing. I now go over to the Ministry of TEAT. There were a lot of questions asked there. Also in regards to Soul Beach, a lot was said, a lot was asked. I myself attended most of the events, from the opening night to the beach parties, to the concerts, and also the after parties, from where I saw local persons being present, local artists, and also our carnival culture was shown. And then we, of course, had the events in the village where the international artists were present. That being said, I would like to receive clarity because, as I said, a lot was said. The money that was used, first of all, what was the amount that was used, and from which budget was it used? That's one of my questions. Also, what I would like to know is the artists that came to Sint Maarten, the international artists, what did they cost? What was the price connected to those artists? Also, in regards to the question why the events, and then especially I'm referring to the events, the after-party events that were organized on the Friend side. Can it be explained why those events were organized on the Friend side so that we as members of parliament, but also the community can understand how that went? And also, just to finalize the matter, if the ministry can provide the full detailed numbers, what the festival cost in total and what it has gained us, so that we know where we stand. And then I would like to conclude with the Ministry of Finance. My dear colleague, MP Irian, mentioned a lot. He seems to be aware of a lot. Sometimes I leave it for what it is, but when it's being concluded that the laws were broken, serious allegations have been made, MP Irian even followed and stated that basically the MPs, at least I read between the lines, are being silenced about it. I am not aware of laws being broken, and therefore I cannot leave it unanswered. And I would like to ask through you, Madam Chair, I would like to receive the Ministry of Finance response on the allegations that were brought forward by MP Irian, because I cannot allow a member making these remarks without getting a clear answer from the ministry, seeing that my colleague MP Irian referred to several laws that were not followed. So through you, Madam Chair, what is your response on this? I thank you for now.
Thank you, MP Roseberg, for your questions. Members of Parliament, ministers, I had indicated that after MP Roseberg, I would be breaking for supper. However, if you allow me to add a few questions that I have to the questions, and then we can basically finalize this part of it, and then we would go to the Council of Ministers preparing the answers to these questions. So I'll break not just this very minute, and because I just have a few questions to add to those already posed, and I await not only the answers to those, but also to the questions posed by my colleagues here in Parliament. And while I am going to specify them in my written questions, my first question comes down actually to providing an update on the answers given to myself and my faction members in the answers of the Central Committee to the first budget 2025. Several of those answers to the first budget 2025 referred to things being updated and reports being expected. And I would like to know where we stand right now with those issues as per the answers given to the Central Committee questions of 2025, if my request is understood. Rather than going to repeat them all here, there were several sort of commitments made, 2 questions asked in the first budget 2025, and if I can get an update on those, overall speaking. Secondly, if I can get an update, so to speak, or in some cases, answers to where matters stand with the motions as approved during the handling of the budget in first instance. So the first budget 2025. When I refer to receiving update to answers given, let me put here very clearly a report or an update that was promised regarding tax reform and tax reform issues. So if I can get a more actual update on the whole tax reform initiatives of the government as outlined in the answers given in January. Then I want to come to the draft budget in front of us. And I want to congratulate the minister and the ministry with the presentation of why we're here today and what this budget contains. I also took note of the fact that this budget is being proposed to go into effect as per the approval and ratification of such, and not requiring the 6 weeks wait for the ombudsman. So this budget is being treated as an urgent matter to be passed, which I agree it is. And because I hope, and I ask now specifically to the Minister of Finance, you mentioned issues such as the increase in the vacation allowance, the indexation, etc., etc. And I ask if, depending where we are, civil servants can expect their increased vacation allowance and indexation as per the planning based on the law, vacation allowance and indexation that we approved. So, well, notwithstanding, I hope we can get this budget out of the way through passage as soon as possible. But I just want to make sure what the government's thinking is in the handling of this budget for those items there. In that context, I also would like to know the issue, where do we stand with the capital projects as approved in the budget? Which ones are basically ready to go with the approval of the capital budget? Can the government give a ballpark figure of the fixed liabilities, the verplichtingen in the budget? Because differently than some people would expect and even hope, there is very little room for expanded expenditures if we continue to follow the budget as it is and not start to focus on other streams of revenue for matters such as the effects or mitigating the effects of climate change and the like. So can the government provide a rough overview of that? And also, I too would like to know the state or the status of the tourist tax proposal. I have concluded in looking at the budget before us that the government is moving from a management beheer budget to a more policy beleid type budgeting process. That is why now we have, for all of the paragraphs in all of the ministries, a synopsis of the costs, personnel on one hand, and material cost on the other hand. However, and while I totally applaud this procedure, I think in fact it is going a little too slow for where we are, and hence my, not really criticism, but my request to government and TWO to please pay attention to what the government considers priorities in this regard. Notwithstanding the finalization of TWO in 2027, whatever the case may be, this process and the budget right of Parliament, to me, are crucial. And so since we have started to move to a more summarized budget, which for the oversight is a good thing, however, that would mean that the elucidation for Parliament needs to connect to the budget. And while I would not advocate to go and change this budget to reflect that connection with the amended budget that is going to be presented, I believe it was said in the third quarter, that it could please be a better alignment with the elucidation. So when Parliament sees under a post, like it is in several ministries and departments, subsidies with a total amount, we should be able, in the elucidation to that department, to find a matching sum of subsidies and which subsidies they are. And so that what will have to change is the way the budget is elucidated. And it's going to have to be better aligned when we see, which appears in every budget practically, projects and activities. We want to know who and based on what. In that same context of moving to a policy budget, I also would want to recommend, which is not the first time I am doing this, I have been doing it for years, that a list of subsidies as provided as an annex to the budget be reviewed and updated. We cannot have, which has been so since whenever, but we can no longer have that a particular subsidy in the subsidy list of the budget refers to a decision of the Executive Council. That is not an updated list of subsidies. So please take this along in dealing with the budget, the proposed budget guidelines and regulations. And the same thing goes for the matter of SLAs, dienstverleningsovereenkomsten. If you check that list, you will see that everything under the sun that is paid to, be it for ads, be it for insurance, be it for you name it, is under SLAs. Those are wrong classifications of expenditures. So the next list that I would like the government and the Ministry of Finance to review to present along with the next budget, hopefully, would be the listing of SLAs. And remember the subsidy list. I then want to go to the Ministry of General Affairs and ask if anything the government has done, will do, is contemplating to do with respect to electoral reform, for which an amount is budgeted for the committee electoral reform in the budget. And I hope it's actually in the budget and not only under the subsidy list, because that is something, electoral reform committee, that is mentioned under the subsidy list. And this subsidy chapter, let me put it that way, is something that needs to be dealt with by the government. Of course, we have a subsidy ordinance, but regularly speaking, next to the comptability ordinance, there are guidelines to be applied for subsidies, and I think those are lacking. On the general affairs, I want to thank the Prime Minister for publicizing the fact that a report has been had from the Bureau of Telecommunication with respect to relief to be offered in connection with electricity and maybe even water. I haven't seen what the advice is, so I can't judge. But nevertheless, I would like to know what has government, in presenting this report to GB's supervisory board, what has government stated? What has government recommended to the board in order to effectuate relief? I continue with VSA, and my apologies, I don't think they're exactly in line with the sequence as I myself presented this morning, but I'm now at VSA. While leading the meeting, I was making my notes, as rightfully observed by MP Aaron when he came to my desk. But on the VSA now, in all seriousness, Public Health, Labor and Social Development, the matter of the reparation law, SZV, in order to offer medical coverage to sole proprietors, taxi drivers, bus drivers, and the like. Where do we stand with that? Back in January, I was promised that the results of the STEPS survey, that these would be available in February, analyzed. Is it now something that can be shared? I requested of the minister and would like to repeat that data with respect to our labor market. employment, unemployment, requests for work permits, etc., etc. And talking about steps and the results, I want to commend the organization, not only commend it and recommend the conference on women's health that is upcoming next week. And I believe the government might also have a part in supporting that. The Rotary Club of St. Maarten and several other institutions are. And I highly recommend this conference. And I hope that the results of it can be used in a way that would really positively affect women's health on St. Maarten. And I thank my colleague who has written about a particular women's health issue, and the other colleagues who continue to also advocate the matter of women's health. I join my colleagues in asking for some further clarification and update on the crime fund. I am now on the justice, of course. I have asked the Minister of Romy, and I want to stress it here because it was only this morning that I asked if some type of an approach can be developed also for public information regarding how the government and the Vromi ministry is going to deal with the many building requests or the many building permit requests that are in at government. And just so that people get an understanding, if a building permit is given out today and it would appear that that came in after one that is not being handled, why? Why is it not a logical, chronological sequence of handling building permit requests, and some of the issues being the complexity of it, et cetera, but let the ministry put that clearly in an outline. I would like to know under the Ministry of Education that if any further attention is being given to the issue of the tertiary education dilemma, the dilemma being of the United States decisions regarding international students, which include our own, and not only to keep the people of St. Maarten informed as to some of these decisions by the United States government, but also continue diligently to seek alternatives to be able to propose these to students, current and upcoming students. And again, I want to repeat something that I've stated in the past, and that is that we need to look closer at the fact that we and our students are European Union citizens. And what could that mean, not only for us because we have such a passport, but our students as well in the different European countries who make up the European Union. Under TIAT, I would like to ask if there is any update to be given on the issue of signage on the island. Signage, and under that, I would like to know who is responsible or who gives the permit. Is it just a regular TIAT permit when it comes to the area outside of the airport fence? On the road there, is that airport's responsibility to decide which and how signage can go up there, or is it something of the General Ministry of TIAT? As I mentioned before, several of my questions regard matters that I have asked in January for that first budget, and as I asked the different ministries to review those questions and provide a further update where relevant, I would put these more elaborate in my written questions. So, ministers, support staff, these are the questions that you have up until now with respect to the draft budget. Some like to call it 2.0. I just think it's something we need to get out of the way as soon as possible so that the matters that are covered by this budget, that we can deal with those, including the payouts of the different elements and initiatives to the especially the government workers and others whose payments have been pending the approval of this budget. But in this context, I do want to make a differentiation. I've heard a lot of questions regarding payments to persons, to organizations, and to firms, and who can get pay and who can get pay. And I want to make it very clear there is a difference between having budgetary allocation for something or not having it compared to being able to pay out something which is then based on the liquidity situation of government. So I think we should keep those two matters separated, both of them extremely important, but nevertheless, the not being in the budget, something not being in the budget, if it is an approved expense, does not mean that it needs to await the budget to get paid if it's in the budget. So getting paid is a different trajectory than having coverage for it in the budget. So ministers, support staff, members of parliament, with that, I am going to actually adjourn for this evening, and we will resume basically in consultation with the ministers in order to determine which minister can come back firstly to respond. So members, I will adjourn now. It's definitely going to be until tomorrow after inviting you to take part in the light supper that we had prepared, expecting that we might have to have continued a little later than now. And the time for tomorrow, I will communicate to you as soon as I caucus with the ministers. Maybe also for public's information, I will adjourn for 5 minutes, caucus with the members of government in terms of the time we can start this meeting again, and then everybody will know when we will be starting tomorrow. So let us start with an adjournment for 5 minutes to get that part covered. Meeting adjourned until 25 minutes to 7. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the Council of Ministers, support staff, good evening and welcome back. With respect to the continuation of the Central Committee meeting on the draft budget 2025, the set of initial questions by members of Parliament have been posed by the members of Parliament. We're now going to adjourn this meeting until the First Minister is ready to come back and respond. And tentatively, we're going to set that time for 11 a.m. tomorrow. God's willing. It's not going to be the Minister of Finance or the Prime Minister, as they will come later tomorrow afternoon, but the general sentiment is that another minister or ministers might be available at 11 a.m. tomorrow. If anything changes, you will be informed immediately of such, but until then, until any further notification, this meeting is adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, God's willing. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.